on this episode of Skeptico, an anniversary show with some very special guests.
Welcome to Skeptiko, where we explore controversial science and spirituality.
There's Al Borealis from Forum Borealis, who sprung this surprise party on me.
I feel that Alex's interviews went in greater depth than almost any others in this area.
There's the incredible Rupert Sheldrake, who plays an important part in the origin story of Skeptico. You'll hear more from him in just a minute. And you'll also hear from some other friends I've met along the way. Here's Greg Carlwood from Higher Side Chats.
And if a person is not going to factor consciousness into their scientific work or their model of reality, then of what value is it really? Just as any true analysis of power or historic events or business has to factor in conspiracy, or it's probably grossly inaccurate. Well, you hold people to these points with extreme consistency, and it's a beautiful thing.
That's a good one. And here's Gordon White from Maroon Soup.
I don't remember when or how I found Skeptiko, but it was about a decade ago. Alex's voice and his quest and his continuous seeking were just eye-opening and wonderful.
And here's Darren and Graham from Grimerica.
Hey, Alex, coming at you from Grimerica. Darren and Graham, just wanted to wish you a happy 15th anniversary.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I mean, he's been so helpful for us, Darren? I mean, he's been great. He was one of those guys that gave us a chance and supported us along the way.
And then, just when you think you're listening to a good old 4-hour, yes, it's 4 hours, anniversary show, a fight breaks out in the bathroom. I can't let go of this, Miguel. I can't let go of Mitch Horowitz, who's been on your show.
Yeah, I have faith in Mitch. He's a good guy.
I'm going to have more to say about that clip in a minute as well. But I first want to say how thankful I am to Al Borealis from Forum Borealis for putting this together. I never would have done something like this, and I don't know how many people will be interested in listening to 4 hours of it, but it was a really, really special treat and a special honor to go back and walk through this Skeptico project that I've been on. So before we get to the show that Al's put together, I wanted to just make a couple of points about the Rupert Sheldrake clip and the Miguel Connor clip, because in true anniversary fashion, if you were going to have two clips that provided kind of bookends to what this show is all about, those would be it. I mean, in Rupert's clip, he talks a lot about the whole thing we did way back in the day with Richard Wiseman, where we had this intense scientific debate with Wiseman and these other skeptics that just exposed these people. Here's how Rupert puts it.
I mean, it was an extremely misleading operation. But Alex really went into this. You know, he interviewed Richard Wiseman, he interviewed me, he read the various papers, and then in one of the programs, he had us on together in a kind of debate. And, you know, no one else had done that. I mean, for example, Michael Shermer's Skeptic column in Scientific American, or the Skeptical Inquirer, or skeptical claims in newspapers and the media. You only hear their side. And at one stage, you remember the late James Randi was always going around saying he got this $1 million prize for anyone who could show psychic phenomena. And he used this as a media stunt, and the rank and file of the skeptic movement would reiterate his claims. If it's so good, why don't you claim the $1 million? So Alex did actually try and claim the $1 million. He found a dog that knew its owner was coming home in the United States. He did some filming, he did some experiments, and then he got in touch with James Randi saying he'd like to enter the contest. He got this dog that knew when his owner was coming home, and this was based on my own work on the subject. And Randi, who'd lied about doing experiments of his own, which he never did, and lied about analyzing my data, which he never saw in detail, was obviously rather reluctant to get involved.
So that's really what Skeptiko was all about. That's the origin of Skeptiko. And I'm certainly very proud of that and proud of all the fantastic frontier scientists that I was able to connect with and bring to people who needed to hear that information. But this anniversary show also provides a look at where Skeptiko is now and where it's headed, because about 3.5 hours into this, Miguel Connor from Aeon Bite Gnostic Radio, who graciously joins us to congratulate and do the anniversary show thing, gets dragged into a discussion about what is really driving me right now. And that is, how do we seek and understand truth on both a personal level and in the public domain? I can't let go of this, Miguel. I can't let go of Mitch Horowitz, who's been on your show, who, when I asked Mitch Horowitz if he's a Satanist, he said, yeah. And then I said, here in writing, you've said one of your inspirations is Michael Aquino. And he says, yeah. And I said, yeah, but Michael Aquino has been outed as a pedophile at the Presidio.
Yeah, I have faith in Mitch. He's a good guy and he's a good friend. So I'm sure Mitch will come around. And of course, he talks a lot about many of his heroes that he's had. So I think we'll just see where this goes. But yeah,
it's not going anywhere. All this information has been out for years, and the guy is a Satanist. So, whatever that means to be publicly a Satanist and to publicly defend Aquino, again, this is where we differ a little bit. It's awesome. I still love you. I still love all your work. But I think the litmus test thing, as uncomfortable as people are with that idea, yeah, I think there are litmus tests out there. If you don't understand that 9/11 was an inside job, I mean, that's a litmus test. Your worldview is somewhat limited, or you're trying to deceive. In the case of Mitch Horowitz, he knows better about Aquino. He just wants to mislead people that this well-known Satanist, Michael Aquino, was not who he said he was. And that's the only...
It's not the Satanism part that gets you, right? I think it's the pedophilia part.
Yeah.
That's
it's the Satanism part, because the do what thou wilt, as you correctly pointed out, I think that is the abomination on spirit, on divinity, on the light that is really what matters. Whatever Satanism is, again, and it can only be defined by a totally corrupt Christian understanding of it, but the only way to understand it is to understand it as deception, as darkness, as whatever those other, we all know the tools in the playbook, do what thou wilt, all those things, but it's darkness. It's to bring you away from the light. So going forward, you can definitely count on the truth thing, which leads into the evil thing and leads into the conspiracy thing, as well as the science thing. You can count on all that being front and center in terms of what the show is all about. And as I was mulling all that over, it reminded me of a line from an old Mac Miller song. I was looking for what was looking for me. I think Mac was looking for the wrong things, but the line works equally well if you're looking for the right things. If you're looking for truth, if you're looking for the light and the truth will find you. And with that, and with a final big thanks to all of you who've listened to and contributed to this show, and all the amazing guests I've had on this show that have just added so much to me personally, to my personal growth, in a way that I just always imagined that this show would do. I just have to give a big hug of gratitude. All right, Al, 15-year anniversary show coming up.
Welcome to Skeptiko, where we explore controversial science and spirituality with leading researchers, thinkers, and their critics. I'm your host, Al Borealis, standing in for Alex today, as he's otherwise preoccupied with an interview as we speak. And apropos, on this episode, we welcome a first-time guest, namely the yogi godfather of indie podcasts, Mr. Skeptiko himself, Alex Akiris. But before we kick off the show, listen to this.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. There's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore! I'm not going to take this anymore!
Even if you've never seen the 1976 movie Network, you know the line delivered by the one honest newsman Howard Beale, played by Peter Finch. I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore, crystallizes the anger and powerlessness felt by the individual who has no recourse, option or plan, trapped in a system of lies, corruption and control. Sounds familiar, Alex? And welcome to the show, by the way.
Welcome, you sneaky devil, you sneaky devil.
So, do we have to, explain the metaphor here, or?
Well, like we were just chatting about a minute ago, we could probably go really deep into that, and because there's some spiritual implications with that too, what are we supposed to do? Are we really supposed to get angry? And given that was a movie from way back then and it still reverberates today, what does that say about our situation that we think is so new and unique and crafted just for us? I don't know, man. That's the whole deep into the rabbit hole that we're going to go.
Yeah, that's for sure. And usually you line up these kind of video clips to reflect on the guest. And I think, if you go back to the 70s, of course, nobody did what this character in the movie did. But in the movie, there was at least one honest newsman. And while we may look back at the clumsy way he wanted to, he managed to get everyone out of the windows. That's this butterfly effect. Like Mark Gober told you in a recent interview. And so I kind of think of you in this, you're not angry like him, but you are trying to shake people out of the sleep and you are seeking truth. And I also think you have influence. We're going to review that today, actually.
Okay.
Now, I have to say, before we really get going here, is that Alex is completely oblivious of most of today's show. He gave me the full power to do it my way. And so we're going to try to limit the, how you said, when you inflate someone's ego, the ass kissing, the bribery. I don't know the English word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But if something like that happens, it's not Alex's fault, okay? He's as oblivious as the listener.
Well, I've been instructed by you to stay within some very narrow guidelines.
Yes, exactly.
I'm always trying to engage with you because I love our dialogue so much, but I've been told just to shut up, so that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, today I'm just a robot. I'm going to try not to dominate this thing. Let's start by something that maybe many listeners are not so aware of, and that's your background. I'm talking about the pre-Skeptico. Like me, you're a rather private guy, but you share whatever you want. I think there's some key experiences, at least, that would be interesting for people who love the show to know about, because I think it has informed. We're all a sum total of our experiences, right? And you didn't have a career in radio before you started this. So how on earth did you end up, or I should say, what on earth did you do before Skeptico?
Well, yeah, I was really just a business guy, but even before, so, I went to school and I got an undergraduate degree in computer science. And then I got an MBA, and my college was really, I had a football scholarship, and I was very focused on playing football, and that was kind of my thing, my life, but I did, manage to get the undergraduate degree and the MBA. And then I went to work for a consulting company, Pricewaterhouse, a Big 8 accounting firm. And I was doing computer programming basically for hire. They put you in a Brooks Brothers suit, and then all of a sudden they can bill you out for astronomical amounts of money.
So you sat in a cubicle?
Oh, yeah.
I've done that too.
Although, that's more of where I worked, it was kind of a work for hire thing, so they would rent you out, and you would go to Ralston, Purina, or Anheuser-Busch. I was in St. Louis office in the United States, in St. Louis, Missouri. Oh. And, these were the large, Fortune 100 clients that we had. So, and then so I was doing that, and then I wound up in Alaska on a job for the state of Alaska.
Whoa, you lived in Alaska?
Yeah, I did, in Juneau.
That's hardcore.
Yeah, it was great. And, but I really decided that this corporate thing and the cubicle thing, I didn't understand it. I didn't understand the soul crushing part, but I understood the soul crushing part. You know what I mean? I think so many people can relate to this. You can't exactly put your finger on what's wrong with this, because you're doing what you were been programmed to do, and what everyone's telling you is success. So I was trying to look for a way out. I said, you know what? I'll go back to school. I get a PhD. I can teach.
But hang on. At this point, you already had taken a degree in what subject?
So I was undergraduate in computer science and then a master's in business administration.
Oh, okay.
So I was kind of a business guy.
Yeah.
So I decided to go back. PhD, the primary goal of the PhD was not anything academic or intellectual. It was like, hey, get a PhD in business and you can kind of make really decent money as a professor. It's high in demand, Go to the University of Arizona. So I start teaching computer science classes while I'm getting my PhD in information systems. And then I stumbled across this thing, artificial intelligence. And I ran into a guy, happened to be, I never made this connection, but it was a Norwegian guy, and we became really good friends, Øystein. And Øystein had
Øystein, typical Norwegian name.
He had a similar background to me, and he had worked for an accounting firm like I had. And we both were fascinated with AI, and we started kind of cobbling together a curriculum in artificial intelligence. And then, so that's what we're doing. I was off and running. And then I got into it, and I got a couple of opportunities to go and teach at corporations. The first one was Texas Instruments, the defense contractor, but a lot of bright people there. And they said, hey, come on in and teach our engineers about artificial intelligence. We want to do that. And that led to a job at DuPont. And I had all these corporate clients, and I was making a lot of money relative at the time. I thought, wow, screw the PhD. I was a couple years into it. I'm going to be a multimillionaire in no time with this AI stuff. So I left and I started a company called MindPath Technologies in Dallas, Texas. And
you invented stuff. You're an inventor, or was an inventor.
Well, I saw that again. I just saw that as the intellectual property play, the IP play. You're referring to like Mark Gober. That's what he used to do. Is essential in high tech. So I don't know if I was an inventor as much as, from a business standpoint, protecting your intellectual property right is. Your intellectual property is a smart move. So I applied for patents, and I got some patents and all the rest of that. But again, my play was just about the money, just about getting paid, I wasn't.
But surely you must have given thought to because the concept of artificial intelligence was new back then. That's when it started, basically. And I mean, of course, the concept has been imagined by people, but that's when people started to working with something that could go in that direction. Did you at that point, because you weren't that? It was before you had explored consciousness and all this. You probably didn't make your mind up for sure on stuff, but did you have any thoughts about if it ever could become like a real sentient thing? Did you believe that back then?
No, I didn't, because the AI at that point was so weak and so lame, and it was really kind of
a hype.
It was very hype. And for people who were really into information systems and computer science, they saw it as hype. They said, this is just computer programming. Yeah. It's being relabeled as artificial intelligence.
As Cliff I said, he says trash in, trash out, something like that.
Well, there's that aspect of it. The other aspect of it is, if anyone who's ever used a spreadsheet, realizes two things. That one, like the spreadsheet is good for doing stuff that would be really hard to do manually, adding up numbers in a column like they've had to do since the Babylonian times or whatever, it's really great at that.
Yeah.
But the other thing that it becomes something of its own beast, if you will, because now you can start doing forecasting with just a simple spreadsheet that would be completely impossible. And that causes, from a consciousness standpoint, for you to imagine problems that you never would have imagined, because now you have that tool. And the same thing goes on with AI. So now you amp that up times 1,000, because that's how many factors greater it is now. And AI is reaching some places that no one had really anticipated, and we're not really sure what the implications of those are. So all that is an interesting separate discussion. But at the time, no, I was just looking to. I just saw it as an opportunity, really, as a business opportunity.
Well, with quantum computing, that's a game changer. So. We have to watch that spot and see how it develops. But I'm still leaning towards, no, it's not going to be sentient in any way, shape or form. But if they can make them so refined that we can't tell the difference.
Exactly.
That I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So they will become like, it may be a robot, right? And you'd think you're interacting with a human being, but it's just a super advanced computer program. There's no sentient life or consciousness there.
That already goes on today. If you ever trade stocks, the example I always use, if you trade stocks, you are competing with a robot, an AI robot. If you
for specific tasks, chess, right?
Chess, poker, but this is for money, right? If you go online and you play online poker for money, you're competing with a robot. Not all the time, but you're likely to run across a robot. So, and that's where it really pops up. People think of it as a robot's going to walk up to you and serve you tea. Well, no, the first time you're going to encounter a robot, and you already are encountering a robot, is when you go onto your screen, because that's where they're the best. So again, stock trading, anything, how long you wait in line for technical support, or whether we all see it in advertising, so all that stuff is where AI is just, it's not even worth discussing its potential. It's already here. It will further and further encroach. I don't know if that's the right word, but we're already there.
Yeah. Well, folks, you'll be so happy you tuned in today. See, you already got a free business idea. Get a super good poker robot, put him in your account, and make him play all the different online competitions, etc., and just earn money. Very good business idea.
Right.
But you had other values, or I should say thought processes, than just business back then, because we all know Rupert Sheldrake was essential in getting Skeptiko off the ground, but there is a story between that happened and you deciding to become rich, and you actually managed that.
The other thing is that again, this is so awesome that you're doing this, and it's flattering, and it's also fun, to go through all this stuff. But the parallel path I was on that you can relate to, and probably resonates with the Skeptico show, is I was the yogi. I was a yogi. I don't know why, but I knew I was drawn to this stuff. And like I've said a couple times, I'm sitting in a little 400 square foot apartment in Dallas, Texas, very small, crappy apartment with no rent because I'm an entrepreneur startup and I'm putting all my money into my business. And at the same time, I'm doing correspondence courses with Yogananda, the author of Autobiography of a Yogi. And, it's pretty obscure stuff. If you've ever if you take those books, if you read his book, Autobiography of a Yogi,
Great
you're
book.
invited to do the correspondence courses, which, I've been down to the center. I now live I ride my bike many days up to a little peak where I look out over at Yogananda's ashram.
Wow.
It's unbelievable, this connection that I have. And I do yoga fixing.
Is he buried in California?
I don't think he is.
Ashram, not a grave. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, and he has several centers. He has a center in LA, but he has a really significant one in Encinitas, California, near where I live. That's really beautiful and has a lotus flower. And there's a yoga cafe, or Swami's Cafe right across the street. And, when I talk to Riz Verk, who we'll probably talk about in this show, funny thing, coincidences. So I'm interviewing Riz, and fantastic genius, MIT computer scientist,
brilliant guy,
game AI expert, simulation theory expert. And he goes, hey, I was just, and this is before I'd give him the whole yoga thing. He goes, I was just contracted by an Indian publisher with an American connection to do an autobiography, or to do a biography of Yogananda. And I said, so then I told him the whole thing, my connection with Yogananda. I said, when you come down, let me know. Well, it's right up the road. We'll go to the Swami's Cafe. So I didn't see it as particularly unusual that I had this intense, pull towards yoga. And at the same time, I was all about the money, and that I was an entrepreneur and I'm doing the correspondence classes. But that's what I was about. So it was like, as soon as I had a chance to cash in my business, I was like, great, that's out of the way. Now back to the stuff that I really want to explore, which is, who am I? Why am I here? And as much as I was a yogi, I was skeptical of all that crap because...
Let me add a couple of things, because we're going to leave that subject matter just on Yogananda. He was also a Freemason, initiated into Freemasonic order. Now...
did not know that.
No, most people don't. But this was in the time, you remember when the Skeptics had this outreach where they were so visible in everywhere. This must have been that time, right?
Yes.
Right. So you got drawn into that, those debates that was happening then.
Oh yeah, that was a big part of what my show wound up being about initially, not because I was pointed in that direction, but as soon as you started to explore any of this stuff, you encountered these people in a very major way. And I don't want to step 3-4 steps ahead, but boy, I look back on what all that was about, and I see it completely differently than I did at the time.
Yeah.
And I think that vantage point, which you and I have talked about, has really been brought into focus by the pandemic more than anything else. It's kind of...
We all took them more seriously than they deserve. But back then, when, in Skeptiko, you went into the whole problem with a no-nonsense businessman's attitude, which is fantastic. It's the same with Mark Ober that I actually interviewed yesterday. I've never had a guest who's so succinct and to the point. Usually I have to fight with the guest over the word. He answers your question exactly as you asked it, and then it's done. He said to his defense, I'm used to being in board meetings. So I'm thinking you took some of that no-nonsense approach into Skeptical, but actually that's going too far. You must have discovered Rupert Sheldrake at some point, and that conflict.
I did. Well, the way I discovered Sheldrake is kind of as you're talking about, we all have different personalities, and then our personalities are shaped by our training, So my training, both as a computer programmer and as a business person, was pragmatic, like you say, kind of sort through the bullshit, which you're surrounded by in business. I mean, a lot of people who are not in business don't realize that, but I mean, you just surrounded by that. You either learn how to sort through it very quickly, or or you don't get very far. You're just plowed under. So you get Sheldrick. You understand Sheldrick. Sheldrick is that energy in a lot of ways. Sheldrick is a nice guy, but he's kind of a no bullshit guy, and he doesn't suffer fools mildly, but in a very polite way. So I just like the matter-of-fact way that he talked about this stuff, and I was drawn to that. And at the same time, Dean Radin. I mean, again, the coincidence thing versus, right timing thing. But my first two interviews are with Dean Radin and Rupert Sheldrake.
Yeah, back then,
hard to top that.
Yeah, of course. But back then, I don't think Radin was. I mean, he was very well known in academic circles back then. Sheldrake had already gotten a name outside of those circles. But, okay, so you discovered this thing, and I think you were in touch with Sheldrake too before you launched the show.
I actually got in touch with Sheldrake, and I said, somebody needs to be interviewing you more and getting your opinions out there. Yeah. And he said, why don't you do it?
Right.
And I said, I don't know anything about that. I don't do that. Well, we got to get somebody else.
Right. I actually have lined up your explanation of how it all started. Let's listen to that and then comment. But, since Sheldrake was such a crucial figure to get it started, I wonder what take he would have on it. You know what? Let's use the power of imagination, as one says. So if Rupert was with us right now, I would simply ask him, how would you describe the inception of Skeptiko, as well as its evolution, and what message would you have for Alex? Take it away, Rupert.
Yes. Well, so the thing is, I can't say very much about his recent activity, because I don't follow podcasts much because I don't drive cars or jog or anything. So I do watch YouTubes a bit, but not... So I haven't been following the Skeptico podcast in detail. So when I look at the website, it seems that his scope is now considerably broader, and he's dealing with political type issues as well as the skeptic situation. But no, I'd be happy to talk about things I hopefully do know a bit about. So a long time ago, I was running a website called skepticalinvestigations.org, which has now changed its name some years ago to Skeptical About Skeptics. And the reason I was doing that was that I was just really annoyed at the way that these so-called skeptics, who are basically dogmatic materialists, were getting away with murder. They were pretending to be the voice of the science establishment and the voice of science and reason. They were taken seriously by the media. They were always appearing at least on British media and in American media. And they'd had a well-funded campaign through the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, or SICOP as it then was, the Committee for the Scientific Investigation of Claims of the Paranormal. A well-funded way of trying to dominate the media and to keep anything about parapsychology out of serious media and the educational system, and dominate Wikipedia. Well, all of that was something that really annoyed me, and I thought there has to be a countervailing voice. And so with a group of other people doing research in these areas, we started this website, Skeptical Investigations, to investigate skeptics and their organizations, not to write polemics, not to be rude or have personal attacks, but simply to have dossiers showing how little scientific credibility most of them have, and how flawed their arguments are, and how uninterested they are in reason and evidence, even though they claim to be. So anyway, Alex read this website and read articles on it, and he got in touch with me and said he liked this approach and was, thought it was very helpful, and what could he do to get involved? And there wasn't a lot he could do to get involved with the website because, he could have written some articles, but he had plenty of time and energy, and that would have been, slightly a waste of his energies. And I've forgotten whether he brought it up or whether I did. We had some telephone calls, and he suggested, a podcast dealing with these kinds of themes, I've forgotten whose idea it was in the first place, but anyway, it became a podcast, and he did it very well. I mean, he really went in depth into these various topics. And so anyway, he launched the Skeptico podcast. And then at one stage, I've only met him once in person. He was doing a film about consciousness. I was teaching at the Esalen Institute in California, and he came by, and we did an interview there for his film. One of the problems with the interview was that the ocean waves were so loud that it was slightly hard to hear what either of us was saying, because it was right by the Pacific Ocean. Anyway, so it started really with Alex contacting me before he started Skeptico, discussing the general situation, what's going on. And at that time, as you might know, he wasn't particularly against the skeptics. He thought they might be right. So I think he genuinely wanted to find out who was right. The people who did psychic research and claimed there were phenomena really happening, like the sense of being stared at and telepathy and dogs that know when their owners are coming home. Or whether the skeptics were right and that the whole of this was just deluded pseudoscience. And he was genuinely keen to find out. And so he interviewed people on both sides. And I think that as a result of that, he fairly soon realized that actually the skeptics didn't have very much to say except denialism and denunciation and, in some cases, misleading claims. I feel that Alex's interviews went in greater depth than almost any others in this area because he was not trying to just put one side. He was trying to look at the other side. And, for example, I had a long-running dispute with Richard Wiseman, who claimed that dogs didn't know when their owners were coming home, even though when he did an experiment with the dog I was working with, he got the same results as me that actually confirmed my data. And there's been a lot written since then about his misleading claims and the way he managed to get his claims all over the newspapers as if he'd totally debunked this phenomenon when he'd confirmed it. And it was an extremely misleading operation. But Alex really went into this. He interviewed Richard Wiseman, he interviewed me, he read the various papers, and then in one of the programs, he had us on together in a kind of debate. And, no one else had done that, and it was really helpful to have a forum in which people could hear both sides of this argument. Because normally in the skeptic media, for example, Michael Shermer's skeptic column in Scientific American, or the Skeptical Inquirer, or skeptical claims in newspapers and the media, you only hear their side. And so it was really unusual to have a forum where both sides could be heard. And I think that's one of the great strengths of Alex and his whole project. Alex had not only the skills of interviewing people and the energy to make this podcast work, but he has also had various proactive enterprises, more like an investigative journalist. There's something about his style which is that of a good investigative journalist. And at one stage, you remember the late James Randi was always going around saying he got this $1 million prize for anyone who could show psychic phenomena. And he used this as a media stunt, and the rank and file of the skeptic movement would reiterate his claims. If it's so good, why don't you claim the $1 million? So Alex did actually try and claim the $1 million. He found a dog that knew its owner was coming home in the United States. He did some filming, he did some experiments, and then he got in touch with James Randi saying he'd like to enter the contest. He got this dog that knew when his owner was coming home, and this was based on my own work on the subject. And Randi, who'd lied about doing experiments of his own, which he never did, and lied about analyzing my data, which he never saw in detail, was obviously rather reluctant to get involved. And so he simply didn't reply to emails. He tried to fob Alex off. Alex can tell the story better than me. But basically, it became very clear that he had wanted nothing to do with this investigation and dismissed it as a stupid inquiry. And, I think at one stage he told Alex he got better things to do than listen to stupid dog stories. So far from being open-minded and inquiring into the phenomenon, as many of his supporters thought he was, so they thought this was a genuine scientific endeavor, he basically only wanted to expose and debunk people with this prize, which he never intended to award. And it was also very questionable if he actually had the $1 million, even in pledges. He claimed not to have it a bank deposit, but claimed that a lot of people had pledged to give it if called upon to do so. All that was very questionable. But the point is, Alex called his bluff by actually having a research project that would have qualified for the prize, and then finding Randy back out and try and dismiss it. And that was a very powerful investigation. No one else had done that. And a lot of people were frightened of Randy. And Alex called his bluff, and it was a great thing to do. And I think he did a great job there. I think so. And I think he really did help change the culture. I mean, the skeptics have been a lot less aggressive. The area where they're still completely in control and where they do the most harm is Wikipedia. And nothing anyone's done has managed to solve that problem. Even Alex hasn't solved the Wikipedia problem because, as you know, they've captured the biographies of people like me and all the pages to do with parapsychology and psychic research. They've defined parapsychology as a pseudoscience, and therefore everything to do with it is dismissed and derided. They're very keen to describe me as a parapsychologist, which I've never claimed to be. I call myself a biologist. But the reason they do that is because on Wikipedia, parapsychology is defined as pseudoscience. So calling someone a parapsychologist basically classifies them as a pseudoscientist, and they're still getting away with it. It will take more than Alex to change the culture of Wikipedia, I'm afraid, but I hope he's changing the culture surrounding it in such a way that it does eventually change. My message to Alex is thank you and keep up the good work. We really need independent voices, people with real curiosity and intelligence who are prepared to look at controversial issues without being a polemicist who have an open-minded approach. And I think it's very important to model that. And there are very few people in the world doing this. So I'm really pleased Alex has done it. And I very much hope he'll continue.
Of course, that was Dr. Sheldrake himself, who was happy to phone in to deliver his comment to this anniversary show. Okay, so we got his take on that, Alex. I suppose you can confirm his description of how it proceeded.
Well, I am grinning from ear to ear. It's like the connecting with an old friend, and what a giant.
Yeah.
We say, it's been said, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Rupert Sheldrake is just such a giant and just someone who's stood up to that. I'm itching to talk about this topic, but I feel like it would propel us too far forward.
You're right. Especially the skeptics. We're getting back to them. We're still at the inception of Skeptiko.
And the one thing that I'd throw out as a teaser for anyone is I remember when Rupert and I met in Esalen, and his wife was there too, who's very, very accomplished therapist and very intelligent woman. And the topic of Randy came up. And one of the things that came up from them, which totally caught me by surprise, again, and here's the hint, spoiler, is that Randy was somehow involved with pedophilia or some kind of...
Oh my God, they were onto him back then?
They were onto him back then.
Wow.
And they didn't say, they said it in a way, I want to make sure that I'm not like, they just said it in kind of an off the cuff, well, you've heard the rumors about him and little boys or boys or young men or whatever. I forget the exact phrase, but it was just that it was all that stuff is so pre-Epstein and Pizzagate and all that stuff. It just had a different impact. And I remember hearing that and I'm going, why would they be saying that? These are super credible, buttoned-down British people. I'm surprised that they're disclosing something unless they really know something. So even though they're saying it in a kind of, which I think he generally was, and I think it was actually his wife who said it, it's a rumor. It's not like I'm confirming it. And now I'm spreading that rumor, but it's 15 years later and all the stuff has come out on Randy. So I feel I'm not.
It's more than a rumor.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm violating any confidence here, other than to say that was a rumor that was circulating at that point, and they had some awareness of it.
Well, that's super interesting. He's a matter-of-fact guy, and he pointed out a very important thing. He said that he got the impression that you were sincerely inquiring. You weren't there to have an agenda, but find out. And that's, I told you before, I never listened to podcasts before I started my podcast back in 2015. But of course, some small drips had reached me. And I remember back at that time when there was this big Skeptico brouhaha, then some episodes of Skeptico reached me. There were people in my circle who listened to it, so especially through Facebook.
Right.
And I have to say, Alex, Skeptico, especially in the beginning, it was like a public court.
Right.
Kind of. People I knew, spiritual people who are a little academic, agnostic people, and even atheists were following you in the beginning. And everybody was like, you know how people are tribalists, right? And back then they were, especially on this issue. So I think the different sides, those who had defined as sides, they were very excited because they were probably sure their side would win. And then there were all the people in between, which were more my friends, who were sincerely excited too to find out, because people really picked up that you were going to get, like Shelrick said, he said there weren't many forums for both sides, and we're going to get back to that too, because that's a huge problem. But you managed in the beginning to do that. So I guess you planned already when you talked with Shelrick about launching a podcast. I guess you already planned then to get him on at the first show.
Right. Well, again, when I first approached him, I was like, you need to do a podcast. And he's like, I don't know how to do that. And I go, well, it's easy. We'll just hire somebody and we'll get somebody. And he's like, okay, but, and Rupert's really great at this in a very, very positive way of kind of pulling people in and then giving tremendously, as you can hear, he's a very straightforward guy, but he's extremely generous of spirit, he would never be one not to credit someone for something that they did. The opposite, he's done so much and he's crediting other people, which is, again, I
think he's rather humble for a scientist.
He is. Yeah. He is. So he's a light bearer, he is gladiator of the light. It just comes through. That's who he is. That's what I want to be. That's who you are. Those are our models in life, in our culture. But anyways, so it was purely that of saying, hey, you ought to do this. This isn't hard. You could do it. Again, I'm a tech guy. So I'm like, this isn't hard. And he's like, I don't know how to do that. I'm not a tech guy. I go, okay, I'll do it. And I said, well, we'll hire someone to do the interview. And the first guy I contacted to do the interview, he did a terrible job. I was like, well, I know I can do a lot better than that. So then there I am. I was in the seat.
Yeah, you had a passion. But just, back in 2007, podcasts hadn't taken off. People knew what it was, but it wasn't the same thing. Did you listen already then to Joe Rogan and stuff? How did you even understand that
I was into all that stuff. I was into, I was I don't know, again, I'm not going to ask you questions, but I was in the lifelong learning mode. So I was like recording radio interviews so that I could listen to them on my little Walkman kind of MP3 Walkman kind of thing. And then when podcasting came out, I was like, great, I'm already doing this. Let's do some more. It wasn't like a big, this is the next.
No, big transition. No, it wasn't. But were you aware of solely podcast shows. Well, I mean, I know many mainstream media shows were podcasted. I guess that's how it originated, that there was an archive for mainstream media shows. But were you also listening to mere pure podcasts like Joe Rogan back then?
Well, as soon as...
I think Joe Rogan was going already then.
No, I don't think he was. I mean, as soon as that stuff started to happen, I was all over it. Yeah, I mean, because, yeah, it was a small little community, and that was what I wanted. I was interested in the content, so I was looking for the content wherever I could find it. I think a lot of people at the time were, and that's how they found Skeptiko, because there wasn't a lot of this kind of content out there.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking now, I'm fact-checking us as we speak. Damn, you started before Rogan, man. He started December 24, that's Christmas Eve, 2009.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds right.
Wow. See? When I called you the Godfather, it's not an exaggeration, man. Okay, but let's just be clear here. The first Skeptical podcast was aired January 7, 2007. So in other words, you already started late 2006. Now, okay, we're actually a few weeks on overtime for the birthday, but let's check out what it sounded like. This is you introducing the first Skeptical show.
I'm Alex Sakaris, and I'm going to be your host, at least on this first episode of the show. I say that because one of the purposes of this first episode is to find other like-minded people who want to join the Skeptico team. First, let me tell you what Skeptico is all about. There's a problem today with the way science gets reported, the way it gets packaged and delivered, and most of all, the way it gets filtered by a few loud voices that seem to dominate the conversation. Now, I'm coming at this perspective as a non-scientist, a computer guy, a guy who dug into the science behind some of the biggest new discoveries of our time and was pretty amazed at what I found. Take, for example, our guest on this episode, Dr. Rupert Sheldrake. Here's a top-notch scientist, a guy who received his PhD at Cambridge and has spent the last 25 years doing experiments, publishing peer-reviewed papers, and doing all the stuff that good scientists do. Very, very impressive stuff. The only problem with Dr. Sheldrake's work is what he's discovered, namely that there's a field of awareness or memory that permeates our consciousness, and that this field explains things like telepathy. Now, as soon as you mention something like telepathy or psychic phenomena or God or reincarnation, a lot of scientific people immediately shut down or go on the attack without ever looking at the data, without ever engaging in intelligent dialogue. And that's something we hope to change on this show. With your help, and with the help of scientific experts on both sides of these issues, we're going to create an open, honest, intelligent discussion about new scientific discoveries, especially those that go against what the mainstream media is willing to give serious attention to.
Yeah, I guess it's so long ago, it was before your voice had cracked. but we can hear your intentions, and man, you actually achieved what you set out to do. This is the evidence. We just heard what you said. Now, before we comment upon anything further, I also want to play a couple of other clips where you describe how it all started. And by the way, folks, when I play back clips of old Skeptical stuff, I've speeded up for practical reasons, so he doesn't talk that quick and hectic as it sounds. It's just for practicality. But let's hear how because there was this dude, personal friend of you, I think, who managed to squeeze you for the same thing I managed to now, namely to get you to show up to, I think it was like a 200 show anniversary.
Yes.
And it was very useful. You basically said everything there is to say back then. The difference between now and then, of course, is you have much, much time behind you. So, of course, you have further perspectives, and we're going to get back to that. But let's just hear what you said in I think it was show 200, about how it all started. This is like Alex's version of what we heard Sheldrake say.
Well, I started out as a listener. I've always been very interested in not only these topics, but in general, in the idea that I can learn, I can get better, I can improve by absorbing the knowledge from other people. So I was a listener, and I became quite interested in the whole idea of parapsychology and kind of paranormal phenomena, just at a very casual level, like anyone who watches TV. That eventually led me to Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, who is guest number 1 of Skeptiko. And the conversation I had with Rupert was along the lines of, hey, this is interesting. Why isn't anyone talking about this in a serious way, interviewing these researchers and analyzing what they have to say versus what people who oppose them have to say? And he said, I don't know. And I said, well, we ought to make that happen. And I'm willing to fund this. Let's hire somebody to go do the show. And that was really how it started, is I was going to fund a show because I'm not a producer of any sort, and I'm not a radio guy or anything like that. Well, we went down that path, and I asked Rupert for suggestions of who might be good for the show, and that kind of played out. And it's like so many things you hear about, there wasn't anybody, so I stepped in and to do it. And after a couple shows, really, I was pretty well hooked on doing it, and I was hooked on the fact that if I tried to subcontract this out, it wouldn't really fit what I was looking for. I wouldn't get the questions that I want asked and answered. Those wouldn't come on the table because everyone does bring a different perspective to these things. So that's really how it all started.
And a quick one about his personal motives.
You know what I've said repeatedly to people, and I've had to say it so that I can remind myself of it and gain as much humility as I can, and that's that this is my journey. This is my little trick. This Skeptico show and the opportunity to provide this on the internet and iTunes and thousands of people and all that. Hey, man, that's just a little trick, so I get to call these people up and talk to them. Because if I just call them up and talk to them, no one would talk to me. So the idea of a show and a regular schedule and a continuation of it or anything like that is just, for me, an outgrowth of this desire to talk to folks. And so that's just a vehicle that allows me to keep talking to the people I want to talk about. I'm just on this journey.
Yeah, indeed, I can relate to that as a podcaster myself. I mean, it's pretty close to my own motives. That plus free books, of course. Yeah, so you pretty clearly said it there. By the way, that anniversary show 200, there was this friend of yours who lured you into that, right?
Tim Dilly, yes.
Right. And I really recommend that for people, although most of it you're going to hear today. But it's really clarifying, very interesting to get a peek behind the curtain of the show. But here we have it. I think one of the very clear things that comes off here is, the sincerity you went into the matter with, and with your eyes on the balls. Today, people start podcasts because they want to make money, or they want to make a name for themselves, or whatever, right? Or propaganda is for something. So it's pretty rare the way you incepted it, and so early. I can't get over how early out you were.
Yeah.
That alone is a kudos.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so let's also play a clip here about one of the key things about Skeptiko in some ways, at least when it comes to production. I have some views on this, but let's see what you say about it.
So there are a lot of business rules or lessons that I've learned that I think inform my decisions in Skeptiko. And one of those is that this idea that do what you love and the money will follow is really a load of crap. I don't think that's true. And I think the way that applies to podcasting is if I wanted to apply my time and my mental resources towards increasing capital, I wouldn't do it by podcasting. Not to say that some people haven't found a way to monetize it and stuff like that, but I don't. That's not my goal. And 2, I don't think it's a very good way to make money. But it's not my goal. It's not what this thing's about.
So that you said already then, and we're going to fast forward to a much more recent, I think it's a mesh of different comments, but this is a more recent. And I want to play that back with that 200 show comment, because people, if they pay attention, they'll see that you are really reiterating the idealism, that it's all about seeking more ways to get the word out. It's all about the subject, the matter. Not about you, not about money. And this is, and when people make books, for example, often you hear this, he's just making a book to make money. Of course, nobody ever made money from books in modern times, but even here you'll see it's all about the focus.
My book is done. Why Science is Wrong about almost everything is done. It's out, it's printed, it's here on my desk. And with the announcement of the book, I, of course, want to thank all of you for the help and support that you've given me with the Skeptico project that's led to this book, and also for many of the ideas that have really been formulated through my interaction with you. I have to tell you, one of the things I'm most excited about with the book is using it as a vehicle to connect with more people. It's always exciting to be able to share what I've learned, to share some of this new science, and I've already begun to do that. I've completed a couple of interviews on the book, and they've been great, and it's so fun to talk to people who've never heard about some of this stuff before and expose it to them for the first time. Just like I said a minute ago, that's really working out. I have several more scheduled, and I wanted to reach out to all of you. If you know of other outlets where I can go on and talk about this book and get these ideas out there, please let me know. I'm particularly keen to talk to groups that might not be initially super receptive, but might be able to find some points of synergy where we could kind of shoehorn our way in there. I really would like to talk to skeptics about the book. I'd love to talk to mainstream science types. Love to talk to mainstream media types, and I'd love to talk to atheists, of course, and Christians, and all sorts of folks. If you have any ideas along those lines, or if you're a blogger, a podcaster, or have those kind of connections, let me know. That's just going to be exciting to me, and it's going to be fun to get that out there. And as I do get that out there and go through that process, I want to let you know that I've set up a website to more or less chronicle that journey of the rollout of the book and talking to these different groups. Join me in this new, slightly different path that I'm embarking on. So as you probably know from listening to this podcast, I really enjoy these interviews. I gain so much by talking to all these really interesting people, and then I really enjoy bringing it to you and getting your feedback and growing in that way. One of the things I regret is that I wish I could do more. I do one every 2 weeks. Sometimes I sneak another one in there, and you'll always hear me lamenting about, wow, I wish I could get more out. But it just gets to be a lot less fun to try and crank out one a week. I don't know how some people do it. I mean, between the lining up guests, booking guests, interviewing, editing, transcribing, doing all that, it becomes like a job. And I don't want Skeptico to be a job. But I do want to bring more content out. I think there's a lot of information in these topics that we cover that I'd like to see shared more and brought into the dialogue about what's going on with consciousness, spirituality, skepticism, and science around these topics that we talk about. So that's why I've kind of redesigned the website to make it more, one, shareable, but also more open to other kinds of information and content beyond just these interviews that I do. I'd like you to help me find more content and help me publish more content. There's some really, really bright skeptical people out there. There's some really good writers, a lot better writers than I am. So let's kind of combine forces. Let's find a way for you to help me bring more content through the Skeptico website to people who are interested in this content. Again, as before, there's no advertising on the site. There's no money-making possibility for this site. It's just outflow of money from me for the server and all the rest of that stuff, which is fine. It's not a huge expense. And the real goal is just to get this information out there and to further this dialogue about these topics.
Okay, so look, man, this is crucial because I'm not sure you are aware of it from your own position, because it's always easier to see clearly other outside than yourself. But the fact that Skeptico is completely non-commercial You just, like you said, you're just spending money on it. You want to avoid it becoming a job. I can relate to that. In fact, twice I've seriously considered stopping podcasting.
Understand.
So I want you to say something about how you avoided. I mean, how can you go for 15 years and not getting tired of it? I mean, I suspect I know the answer, but you'll get to answer that. But I would just want to say that the fact that you have never had any focus on money, not just from the lack of greed position. I mean, you didn't have to, right? I mean, most people have to.
Yes.
But I think that has brought a particular, how you say it in English, not a standard, but a quality, an honesty that is very hard. At least even people who are relying on, let alone advertisement, but just like me, who get listeners paying me. Okay, I'm not having the big corporation breathing down my neck, but I have some kind of populism demand that I have to cater to. You don't have to. Still, you're trying to engage with people all the time, and you are, and we're going to talk more about that. But I think it's so important for the integrity, I think is the word I'm looking for, the integrity of this Skeptical journey. Comment?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to comment too far because I could go in a million different directions. You know, I really used to kind of, again, jump 3 steps ahead and then we can maybe fill it in.
Sure.
I always reference this, but I remember hearing Shirley MacLaine many years ago say, we're all entertainers. And she's talking, and she is known for kind of being at the forefront of presenting some very cutting edge information about spirit traveling and all sorts of different kind of stuff, which is very serious stuff and very in keeping with extended consciousness stuff. And she's really pushed on that. And she says, look, we're all entertaining each other, which seems to diminish her message. And then I was very resistant to that. I'm like, no, damn it. I'm not about entertainment. I'm about truth seeking and sharing that truth with other people who are truth seeking. And as time has gone on, I've come to understand the other part of it too, which is that on a very spiritual level, we're all here to entertain each other. We're all here to be that light, you know, to have that light that is always there to come through us and to reach other people. And the only way to do that is to tell the truth. You can't do that if you're lying or faking. But the other thing is you do have to, along the way, entertaining people is not a bad thing. So I'm not against that. I'm just not very good at that. I find myself much more comfortable with just being direct. And I think I've turned off a ton. I know I've turned off a ton of people over the years. But that's got to be okay. With regard to quitting, I've thought about it many times. I think about it all the time.
All the time.
And it's like all the time.
Oh.
Not, I shouldn't say all the time. That's an exaggeration. But I think that's part of the yoga process. That's part of the ice bath process. You know, it's like the reason I get in that 35-degree water multiple times a week, or in the ocean when it's cold enough multiple times a week, is because I don't want to do it. It's like the guy who wrote the book, that Marine, he said, and you know, it's an obnoxious thing to say, but he's jogging in the rain and some woman rolls down her window and says, why are you doing this? Some fat woman drinking a Coke and eating French fries says, why are you doing that, honey? And he says, I'm doing it because you're fucking not. And that's obnoxious. And I don't want to be obnoxious, but I understand the vibe. I'm doing it because I know this is what my soul needs. Maybe your soul needs something different, but my soul needs the truth and needs for me to be actively engaged in seeking the truth. So, you know, that's my kind of thing. I
would use the word infotainment in both you and my case rather than entertainment. But yeah, because inadvertently it gets entertaining now and then, especially when we're going to get back to that, the more confrontational shows. But no, this is interesting because it's a part of your yogi work, isn't it? Part of that journey. Yeah.
It's the non-dual thing. You know, why are any of us doing anything? You know. Yeah. So
this is meaningful. I mean, you don't need attention, you don't need the money, you don't even need the connections, but it's what you get out of doing the show. It's what everybody pretends is their driving force. But in your case, it actually is. And it has two results. Like you say, it will put off lots of people. One of the reasons, just one, there's other more evident reasons too, but one of the reasons is people aren't that interested in truth. But the other thing is that it will also, some people who, to use a cliche, vibrates at that frequency, will recognize this. Because you're seeking the truth, but to seek the truth, you have to be honest. You have to live in truth as much as we can. And that comes through, that you are a sincere seeker. And I think that's key. It's the same thing that puts some people off, that makes others recognize, like, this is the real thing, this is integrity. You understand what I mean?
I do, and that's super nice and complimentary, but the other part of it...
But it's true.
Well, it's true, but there's another part of it too, and that's that I'm wrong a lot, and I have been wrong a lot. And people were probably rightfully kind of put off by me because they were right and I was wrong. So you got to keep it real.
That's not the most. No. That's not the usual reason people are put off by you. That they were right and you were wrong, and you were arrogant about it. And later, I mean, one thing is that you actually admit when you're wrong. People can't even handle doing that.
Well,
so you are honest about evolving, right?
You know, I mean, I do kind of, I agree with you, because I don't want to kind of be fronting, you know, like I'm, because I'll tell you what, I genuinely like, and I've met other people who are like this. You are like this when we've spoken, you know what? Mm-hmm. No one likes to be wrong. I don't like to be wrong, but I kind of like to be wrong. I kind of like when somebody really shows me where I'm off course, because then it allows me to get on course. Exactly. You know, I was just editing an interview today that I'm doing with a guy, and it was on the whole Agenda 21, 2030, Great Reset. And I got to say, going into it, I was a little bit yada yada, you know, come on. And at the end of it, I was like, no, this guy's really done the work, and he's there in Missoula, Montana, and there are the laws and they're on the books. And I'm like, boom, you know, course correction for me. I love that. I might look a little bit silly in that, you know, I didn't kind of know it going in, but gosh, what a gift to know stuff that you didn't know.
Yeah, that's because, again, it goes back to, this is why it was so important, I think, to play those clips, because it goes back to the fact that there's no ego in the source of your work or in your quest. I'm not saying you don't have an ego. Of course you do. And that ego probably ticks some people off. I think that's better to say. And the dead honesty, because you're not supposed to, especially now in this cancel culture taboo, nobody can handle anything, let alone an honest conversation where the eyes are at the ball and not at the player.
Yes.
So you lose out just for the culture. But that's what I mean. It's when you are seeking truth. Of course, you want to learn something new, because we don't know. Everybody doesn't know everything. So I exactly know what you mean when you discover that. But the reason most people don't like to be wrong is because they invested their ego in something. There was a tribal thing, and now they're exposed, and then they feel embarrassed, as they should, because the ego should never get in the first place. But we can go off on this tangent forever. But it's I think it's just important that people notice it there. By the way, you mentioned your book. I suppose we should also bring light to the fact that you have made 2 books per today, as a result of the Skeptico journey.
Yes. Why Science is Wrong About Almost Everything, and Why Evil Matters. How Science and Religion Fumbled a big one.
Yeah, or the big one. But both these books are, the interesting thing, the format of the books, they are actually like a literary version of your show. You are putting in stuff from the show there and going through. But they also reflect different periods, and we're going to get back to that too. It's going to be a lot of we're going to get back to today, folks, if you want.
Yeah.
But they both reflect different periods of your show, like, and I'm going to expose in detail, because I've analyzed it, so I know now you have 4 eras of Skeptico. We're still at era 1, so it's a bit early to bet, but let's just take it now since the books are up. And the evil book is it's between era 3 and 4 as I've analyzed it. But I want to ask you, do you think there will be a new book like that in the future? And if so, can you venture a guess at the topic? Or is that too early?
No, I'd really like to do a book on Christianity and religion. And I think I just discovered a couple of really interesting things, and I've shared them all on the show as many times as I can. I think people get tired of it. But I think it's fundamental to what I keep bumping into.
Damn, man. You're gonna, that's opening a can of worms. If you're gonna do that, don't be biased, because you've had a particular angle. I don't know if it's deliberate, but it's from the guests. You have one angle is Jesus never existed. I'm on the other camp. Not only did he exist, but the historical Jesus was a super interesting guy. You know what? Get the book. It's probably expensive and rare, but you can handle that. Get the book called A Search for the Historical Jesus. It's not the only one I would recommend that gives you another angle into it, but it's a good one. Uses a lot of rare sources.
You mentioned that. You mentioned that last time when we were talking, and I glanced at it, and I think I've covered a lot of that material. I'm happy to go through it again and to dive into it again. I think when we get to that part of this conversation, to me, the missing piece there that just derails everything, and it almost derailed our conversation right here, is that when you approach it like I just did, and I just forget sometimes, because you can't give people a 10-minute speech, but I'm all about Christ consciousness. I'm all about people having a personal, when people talk about, Christians talk about, I have a personal relationship with Jesus. I go, right on to that. That makes total sense to me. As a matter of fact, all the 500 shows I've done suggest that there is an extended consciousness realm, and in that extended consciousness realm, you can, and many people report, have a relationship with Jesus. That seems to be the data. I don't know what that means. I really don't. I don't know what that means, but that's the data if I'm going to be fair. So when I say about that, I'm really not talking in the way that most people get offended by their faith. What I'm talking about is fucking Josephus is a psyop. And if we can't, it's like so many of these things, if we crack them, then the whole thing looks different.
Yeah.
If there is such a thing as social engineering, and if religion has been for the longest time the centerpiece, the prize, the fulcrum point for that, then we better fricking focus on that until we really have a handle on it. The same thing with, back when we were talking about the skeptics and that, if the goal really was to derail that understanding that we are more than biological robots in a meaningless universe, if that really was the goal, and if James Randi, who really had the tremendous influence, unbelievable tremendous influence, and if he really was a CIA cutout, which is how it looks when you really put all the pieces back together, then that looks totally different. Now the whole thing looks totally different. And I love Rupert Sheldrake, and he's an awesome person. But he's got to get to that point too. And he's got to either say, well, that's bullshit, or he's got to say, wow, that has some real possibility. That does make me think differently about what I live through. It's like you and I have had this conversation again I'm busting up your thing here and jumping ahead, but the conversation you and I had were about Gloria Steinem, and, Gloria Steinem she's the women's movement. She's responsible for the women's movement, key figure, right? Well, she's CIA. But then what a lot of people don't realize, it's not like she was running the women's movement and then the CIA approached her. No. She was CIA. And they said, why don't you go do the women's movement? So can you really look at the women's movement and not factor that in? You have to.
No,
so the same thing, that's what I'm saying about Christianity. If you don't lead with the potential that is an example of social engineering, that is an example of a psyop, that is an example of a way to control.
Yeah, all religions are, man. All religions.
All religions are, because why wouldn't you? It's just a slam dunk. It's a business deal.
But it's funny because now you understand why my slogan is paradigm expansion. Because you've been describing paradigm shifts here. Because that's what happens. When you get that missing piece, suddenly the whole puzzle looks different, right?
Exactly.
But I would say about what you just said, yeah, Jesus can still be an egregore even if people meet him. So that's not evidence in my book. That's some people meet him. I mean, people can meet the spaghetti monster. It doesn't mean it's actually out there.
Well, but there's two ways to spin that. And, I just re-listened to the excellent series of shows you did on egregores, and I learned a lot because that hasn't really been a focus of mine. But when you really look at that whole way of thinking about extended consciousness and that we are co-creators of reality kind of thing, then I think it's, and you look at the flexibility that there must be in space-time, and again, back to the core thing of that's one of the implications of Rupert Sheldrake's work. That's certainly a direct implication of Dean Radin's work. They're proving it experimentally, Six Sigma results, Dean Radin, that no, time, space is not what you think. So as soon as you do that, then that also throws a lot of gum in the whole historical Jesus 2,000 years ago, this happened, then this happened, and do you know this guy? You just have to loosen up on a lot of that stuff.
Okay, man, we have to move on. I have to be strict with the clock here. We have other topics to cover. But here's an important one we can mention, and this clip is on the community and Skeptico forum.
The forum was actually started by a Skeptico listener. And he's a guy who stepped forward and said, hey, let me run a forum for Skeptico. And I was like, great, which is, one of the things that has always been in the back of my mind about Skeptico is this idea of a community project, not just me, but people who are interested in these topics often don't have a lot of other outlets. I love to engage with those people and get them involved in the project that is Skeptico. So at the same time, I've never been involved in a forum before I was involved in Skeptico. So I don't really know. I've had to learn myself what that interaction is like and really how you relate to people and how all that evolves. But for me, it's been a tremendous experience. And I've learned so much from people who've engaged with me in the forum and either have ideas or you get into these long, sometimes lengthy back and forth. And I've grown tremendously from the forum. And besides, I've gotten a lot of ideas for guests from the forum as well, which, by the way, I value greatly, and I really appreciate those folks who come to the Skeptico Forum and share their ideas. Many folks have told me that it's one of the most intelligent, thoughtful forums that they've encountered on the web. I tend to agree. I've gained so much out of it. If you haven't, I hope you'll take this new opportunity to check it out.
Amen and hallelujah. I'm so impressed by that forum. Even though one of the few, I've been lurking there. I've been reading. I don't have time to engage in forums. I did manage to be sucked in some shill for the insurance industry. I had a back and forth with him. But in general, I'd say the Skeptical forum is much more important to your project than mine. I have a forum. My show is called Forum, but if you put up my forum and your forum next to each other, mine looks like an orphanage, whereas yours is like a super effective university. We both have managed to get intelligent people on board. I say that,
right?
But it's still a feat that. And your forum is informing, I think, your show, at least historically it is, much more than my forum is mine. Comment to the forum and the community.
It's the forum, just like I just said there, I kind of repeat all that.
Yep.
It kind of, I would say, one of the frustrations I have for me is it kind of, wanes and rises and people come and leave. And I have people I've met that I have these deep relationships with and even relationships with outside of the forum. Eventually it grows into that. And then they go away, and that's totally fine. I get that. You should be able to just go away. It's no longer useful to you, or you're thinking of something else. But I'm always a little bit surprised and a little bit, like, hey man, how come you're not coming along? You had so many good ideas. And the other thing is there's different styles that you have to adjust to. On the forum, what I like to do is share information. Hey, I saw this link. What do you think of this? I saw this. And a lot of people like to share more personal kind of. And I try and I sometimes get frustrated with that, but people have a need, an outlet. And now, with the last couple of years going on, it's like, But there's a lot of other places also that people go and share stuff. So over time, it changes.
Plus, remember, I mean, when did you start the forum?
Yeah, I mean,
as soon as the show?
A lot of years ago. I mean, I don't know. Probably.
But was it very recent after you started the show?
Yeah, within a couple of years.
That makes sense, because I don't know if you remember this, and I can't pinpoint when it was. I think it may have been 2012 or something, but at some point, because internet was full of forums.
Right.
Then at some point, all the forums went empty.
Yeah.
Facebook sucked up everything at the same time.
Right.
It was global.
Right.
Except, I think, France or Russia, some stubborn places where they have their own kind of internet they had back then. So you remember the same thing, right? And that hurt.
Oh, yeah.
So that your forums even survived that is pretty interesting, because people just stopped using. Of course, now it's the opposite. Now people are emigrating from Facebook, except the geriatrics. But there was a period there.
You know what's interesting? Just kind of in this little tidbit way, this historical phase here. There were a bunch of people that broke off of the forum and started their own forum because they weren't happy with where I was. I forget what exactly the beef was, but
it was probably Skeptics, wasn't it?
No. It was. There's a lot of different ways to be skeptical of. It was really kind of parapsychology kind of people who didn't think.
Okay.
I forget exactly.
But wasn't it a listener who to begin with did this? It wasn't you.
Yeah, Stefan. So he started it, and then eventually a group kind of broke off, and I think they didn't like I think they were still engaged in the skeptical versus they wanted to continue the.
Skeptico 1.0.
Yeah, exactly. That there are these things called skeptics, and they have a scientific point of view, and then there's these other people, who have a different point of view, and it's bullshit. It's rubbish. Skeptics really don't have a point of view. They have an agenda. It's kind of like we're finding, and that's why I said at the very beginning, to tip the hand, the pandemic brings that into focus, right? So now you look at the pandemic and you go, well, that was never science to begin with. Yeah. And you go, oh, but then why did they do it like that? Oh, it was a pandemic. Right. Well, the same is true. So if you go all the way back, like we're talking about Richard Wiseman and Rupert Sheldrake and Dogs That Know. Can I go off on that story a little bit?
No. Wait a minute, okay. because yes, but not now. It's coming.
Okay.
And I want you to account for that. Yeah. But let me just say though that you remember my allegory last time we had a regular show about the mountaintop.
Remind me.
Yeah, I've been to the mountaintop, brother. No, when you start by the foot of the mountain, there's a million people running around and flirting with different paths, right? The higher up you go, the more the path shrinks. Well, it's easy to start by the foot of the mountain and say, hey, folks, I'm going on a truth quest. Who will join me? Everyone. Yay! Right? So in the beginning, you're a huge congregation. But the higher up you come, the more people will fall off. Because you're so determined to get to the mountaintop. You're not being lured from all sorts of distractions on the way that most people do. They lose their head, whatever. So, of course, you're going to lose folks. But as you progress, you're also going to meet someone. Oh, what are you coping around here for? Oh, well, I was looking for the path up. Well, you made it this far. Join me and we'll go higher. So you pick up people on this Skeptico journey way. That's my adjusted metaphor from the one I used in the end of the year show. But you know what? We have to move on.
That is an awesome metaphor.
Allegory. Yeah, okay. Let's move on, because there's another thing that people are not so aware of, and that's the experiments.
I have another brief update for you. If you recall, on the last episode of Skeptico, we talked a little bit about the Global Consciousness Project and how we've gotten involved with that a little bit. One of the other projects that regular listeners will know that we've been involved with for a long time is some of the research of Dr. Rupert Sheldrake. His research has been fascinating to me, and I've always admired his clear thinking, his forthrightness, and his willingness to, I guess, buck the critics. He's certainly taken his share of criticism for really nothing else than just expressing unconventional ideas. And as you know, that's not the way science is supposed to work. So a couple of years ago, I got involved with Dr. Sheldrick and tried to help with the Dogs That Know experiment. Now, in the process of working on that experiment, I had a chance to correspond with Dr. Sheldrick many times over the last year or two, and have found him to be a very busy guy, but a very open guy, and very willing to support other people getting involved in his research. And for that reason, I most recently have kind of picked up on another project that he's been involved with, and that's the telephone telepathy experiment. And I'm in the very beginning stages of trying to help Dr. Sheldrick put together a website that would automate the process of telephone telepathy testing. That's a tongue twister.
So you were very good at your timing. It was it was the next topic I had. But look, I know you run Psi experiment. You mentioned here the global consciousness thing, and then it's the dog things that you wanted to mention. So because you picked up so many listeners who weren't with you back then, so I want you to account for these experiments you were flirting with, which is also pretty unique, associated with a podcast.
Yeah, it's funny. That freaking Al, you're unbelievable. I had totally forgotten about all this, but yeah, I was...
There you go.
I was just
15 years, man.
yeah. But, so the Dogs That Know, just to recap for people, well, Dr. Rupert Sheldrick started getting letters. He's a biologist and he's interested in animals, and he started getting letters. He had proposed this idea of morphic fields that carry information and that can explain a lot of psychic phenomena. And people said, hey, maybe that explains the fact that my dog knows when I'm coming home. And he started getting a lot of these letters. So he decided to investigate it seriously, scientifically. And he ran a series of experiments. It's not a difficult experiment to do if you're a Cambridge biologist and you're smart about science. You put a video camera on the dog, you put a video camera on the owner, you send the owner out, and then you call the owner and you say, come on home, and you see if the dog reacts, right? So he had done a series of experiments, and the story I was going to tell before, and I'll make that one short so I can get to the other one about the experiments, is he had done these experiments and published them. And then there was this quote unquote skeptic, Richard Wiseman, who was kind of like, I guess you'd say like a Neil deGrasse Tyson of England at the time, at least. The most public, the most out front, being interviewed by all the TV stations and all that about radio.
And his qualifications was as a dating coach, psychologist.
Well, his qualifications were legit, But anyways, he came in and he said...
That was his work prior to this.
He came in and one thing that really got Sheldrick, and for a good reason, Sheldrick, again, this open spirit of inquiry, allowed Wiseman to use his whole video camera setup and the whole experimental setup, again, it's nice, but he certainly didn't have to do that. He'd like, look, if you want to test this, go test it on your own. But no, he gave him the whole thing. He went in there and totally changed the protocols. He faked it. He deceived people, Wiseman did, and he rigged it so that the thing didn't come out the way that it was. And to give people just a little bit of the background on that, it's like Sheldrick's experiment was predicated on the idea that the dog was demonstrating this waiting behavior when the owner was coming home. And he defined what the waiting behavior is. It's going by the window. So it's pretty easy. Is he by the window? Is he not by the window? Arbitrarily, Richard Wiseman came in and said, no. I'm only going to count it if the dog goes over to the window and stays there for 2 minutes, at least 2 minutes. That's the only time it counts. And then he went and got a null result, and he published his work. And Sheldrick was like, wait a minute, maybe the dog smelled something over there and was distracted and went off for 5 seconds and came right back to the window. Doesn't it still count? No. Arbitrarily, it has to be 2 minutes. So I say that level of detail.
Changing the criteria after it started, it's
exactly
horrific.
And I'm getting into that level of detail because that's what I did on Skeptiko. I had hours and hours and hours of explaining just how deceptive this was. But after Sheldrick had done the experiment, I was like, well, hell, again, naive, but like, let's do it. Let's replicate it. Let's just replicate the crap out of it. Because now I'm pissed off, that now this is clearly scientific deception. I'm pissed off. I'm like, let's replicate this. So I tried to replicate it. I hired, again, I put some money at the University of Florida. This guy was really, he was doing research with canines, with dogs, and we set it up and did that, and we got some results, but his heart wasn't really in it. He was a skeptic, and in the show, I document all those times that we did it and stuff like that. He's not a bad guy, but not really playing it straight up. So I said, okay, I'll do it myself. And I actually, you can still find online on YouTube, I found some woman with a dog in California that I think from the video clearly demonstrates that waiting when they're coming home behavior. But it does take a little bit more effort than just me remotely, part-time, running an experiment like that. I spent a considerable amount of time and effort, bought cameras, computers, interviewed people, tried to elicit people to do that.
Yeah, I heard in one show you even offered to send a computer to someone. Buy them a computer.
I did send. I sent probably 10 computers out.
I volunteered to pretend to do an experiment. Send me a laptop.
I had somebody. You know what? This was before I was into.
I hope they didn't take advantage.
Well, it's funny because, again, you talk about the 4 phases, and I don't know what your 4 phases are, but one of the phases where I am firmly at now, just because it's the accumulation, is that there is, it's about energy, and it's about positive light energy and negative energy and the dark energy. And I don't fully understand that dark energy, but I have come to accept that it's real, and it really is very troubling for people. One of the computers that I gave away, I always remember this. This woman called me from a Craigslist ad and said, "Oh yeah, I got a dog who does that, da da da." I said, "Okay, I'll bring the computer over and show you how to set it up." Al, I walked into this little apartment in Ocean Beach, and there was a group of people there, and it was one of the few times in my life where I just felt a darkness. Just a darkness come over. And these people, they were all kind of shady doing drugs and stuff like that.
Right.
But it's like I just wanted to get the hell out of there as quickly as I could. And
poor dog.
The only other place I've felt that energy like that is in a prison in Yuma, Arizona, an old 1890s prison that you can still tour. And there's this one blackened room where they used to hold people in isolation.
Right.
And I wasn't there when I was doing the Dogs That Know experiment. That was not on my radar. And it is now.
Yeah. Interesting. But that wasn't the only experiment. We just heard the sighting and global.
Yeah. I was late, right? It's like, I just thought that would solve it. I thought that would fix it. I thought that would, like Rupert was saying.
Okay, that goes for your motivation. But did you,
naivete, you should say.
Yeah, naivete. But did you involve others too? Or was it you doing it from your home? Or how did this work?
Oh, anyone who would do, I hired some people along the way, kind of part-time people, but
actually hired them. Wow.
Yeah, but not a huge thing.
Yeah, and didn't you pay a skeptic researcher?
What's it?
I think you even paid a skeptic researcher. I think you mentioned that to me once.
No, because that was just, at that point, it doesn't take long to really see the foolishness of the skeptics. They were just ridiculous.
Yeah, we're going to get to them.
Yeah.
We're going to get to them soon, but I think you involved a researcher at some point.
I can't remember.
Squeeze your brain cells now. I think...
Oh, yeah. No, the guy at Florida. Yeah, the guy at University of Florida.
Right.
Yeah. No. Yeah, he wasn't a skeptic per se. He was just part of academia, so he was by definition of that paradigm, like he used to say. He just had a completely different paradigm, but he was willing to take a little bit of money and do the thing.
And the Global Consciousness Project, is that the Dean Radin stuff? No, what's that again? Yeah.
That's where they have the little random number generator kind of thingies.
Right. And that's this Psi experiment mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, at least you walked as you talked. It's not many who can claim to have done this. I think this is kudos for trying it out. Okay, let's move on. Now people are aware of it. I have another fun little clip for you.
Alex, my man, the humble stoner host of the Higher Side Chats, Greg Carlwood here, toasting you to one hell of a 15-year podcasting ride of excellence that you've been on. Very few folks can say they've been podcasting for 15 years, so kudos to you. I can't remember exactly what the first Skeptico episode I heard was, but I've obviously appreciated you for years. Early interviews with Rupert Sheldrake were so great to have found. Of course, my favorite ones are the confrontational ones. You are a master at that. And hey, the truth is the truth. Let's get at it. And if a person is not going to factor consciousness into their scientific work or their model of reality, then of what value is it really? Just as any true analysis of power or historic events or business has to factor in conspiracy, or it's probably grossly inaccurate. Well, you hold people to these points with extreme consistency, and it's a beautiful thing. Plus, I love the range of guest reactions to a little bit of that classic Skeptico pressure. Tells you a lot about a person. But that said, we have definitely had some great times going out for lunch and talking shop. You've always been great on and off the air. And cheers to another 15 years of podcasting glory if the gods will it. You're one of the greats. I'm lucky to know you.
Yeah, that was the very brilliant Greg Carlwood from the Higher Side Chats. I must say, I mean, even this little ad feature that is so professional.
Yeah.
Either that guy's a natural born genius or he spends a lot of energy making it right. I mean, to get very good products. And that's one of the things, you know, I've complained about this before, right? That so many podcasters, they're so lazy and they don't give a damn, and they don't think. Actually, you are kind of among them. You don't spend too much energy on getting the shape of it, but you spend all that good energy on the content and the goals. At least you have that. And you bother with having a little jingle, and now you start with the movie clip. So I can't really spank you too much about this, but there's so many who are they just don't give it. Even if there's a 20-second gap of silence, they don't even edit that out. Now, Greg, on the other hand, maybe this is one of the keys to his success because he's one of the more successful in this area. I think what little I've heard from him, I haven't heard that much, but you can't avoid hearing THC. What little I've heard, such a good production. And he even makes his own music. Anyway, you and him go back some years, don't you?
Yes. And it was super.
So where on the journey did you become? Because one of the things, this clip goes to show that I call you the Godfather. One of the reasons is not just that you were early out, but that you're such a spider. You connect with so many people. You know everyone who is anyone in this field. I know you live in the same town as Greg. So how long do you go back and how did you guys discover each other?
I don't know exactly how far back we go, but I reached out to Greg. I thought he was doing just great stuff. And, you know, I was a fan and we connected just on a bunch of different levels. It was super great to hear him there. And I've been on his show a couple times and, you know, it's just cool. It's fun to connect like what we're doing here. This is so sweet of you to do all this stuff. I mean, it's so great. You're such a guy. But anyways, you realize how unique it is to find people that coalesce on, you know, these kind of topics and these kind of issues. So it wasn't hard. It was very natural because he is a truth seeker. You know, he is a freaking truth seeker. I mean, he's right there with me on the Skeptico journey.
Like he said, he raised, well, many good points. Some of them we touched already, but he mentioned one important thing that we're finally going to get to. He said that one of his favorite things were your confrontations with the skeptics. You remember what I said, right? I said, let's say of the Skeptico 1.0 and 2.0, the most entertaining shows there is when you go head to head with one of these dense figures. Whereas the more maybe enlightening shows are when you have a so-called friendly interview. But that's my assessment. Now, let's hear how you describe on the fanatical pseudo-skeptics.
Those are like two different universes. I mean, one of the things that Skeptiko did, again, because I came in this from the outside, I saw naturally that these two things fit together. If the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe and Skepticality and Skeptoid and all the rest of them are talking about parapsychology, albeit in a disparaging way, then naturally they're going to want to dialogue with those researchers. And I was naive enough to think that they actually did. What I found is that they don't. What they really want is to be left in their little island over there, in their little world, and talk about these things among themselves. I think that's wrong-headed. I mean, how can you say you really want to have you want to engage in an intellectual kind of free thought, critical examination of these things without looking at the other side? It seems silly, yet that is the landscape. They really don't want to interact with anyone. I guess I bridged that a little bit, but then anyone who's been around the show for a while, as you know, that becomes tedious, tiresome, and worn out pretty soon too, because there's not a lot of real interaction there with the hardcore skeptics and atheists. They just kind of have this party line kind of thing that's hard to penetrate. What is effective is going to, I guess, the level 2 people behind that, the mainstream researchers in the field who more or less echo a lot of those same skeptical, materialist, atheist kind of worldview things, and kind of pulling them into this kind of debate and dialogue, I think, is fruitful and will remain fruitful for as long as I want to do it. Oh, I've tried. I've pursued Steve Novella a half dozen times since then. So he used to respond, although very slowly, to my request. He doesn't respond anymore, which has been the case over and over again with skeptics. And they lose an argument and they run away. I mean, that sounds kind of harsh, but it really is the truth. There just should be so much more engagement with these issues in a debate format. It really doesn't wash the skeptical position at the end of the day. It doesn't hold. I mean, I'm here. I will engage, debate, whatever you want to call it, anyone, anywhere, anytime. I don't know why anyone wouldn't do the same. I mean, if you think your ideas hold up, you got to say, hey, bring it on. And I think this has become an issue for me lately, mainly because what I've seen unfolding in the Rupert Sheldrake Wikipedia drama. Now, for those of you who don't know what's going on there, Rupert Sheldrake is a Cambridge biologist who has some mildly controversial ideas about this thing called morphic resonance. Well, for whatever reason, he's gained the ire of the skeptical community, if you will, and they've all gotten together and just kind of taken over his Wikipedia page and turned it into a total mess. And when a couple of folks went in there and tried to clean it up and tried to add some other references to give it a more neutral point of view, they just ran them right out of Wikipedia, which I have to say I predicted, and I told these guys that's exactly what it's going to happen, because I think people who are on the outside don't understand the nastiness that goes on inside of certain aspects of the skeptical community and how unrelenting they are in this kind of fanatical point of view.
Yeah, and that was the silk glove version of describing this fact, in my view. But
okay.
The thing is, you started sincerely with inquiring. And at some point, I suspect pretty early, you realized what's what here.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember, because you were big in the beginning in terms of numbers. Not just because there wasn't that many podcasts, because you were one of the unique forums where you brought together the different sides, not as a primitive gladiator entertainment thing, more as a truth-seeking thing. And my theory is that when skeptics, we call them skeptics, they're of course pseudo-skeptics, but these fanatics, they don't mind really if they are gonna be on a tribal gladiator battle kind of thing, especially if they know that the other side is usually a religious nutcase, because they are easy to get these cheap shots from and so-called expose. So that they will do. But when they see, I don't know if you're aware of this yourself, but I've noticed this, when they realize, even if they know who you are already, but when they realize that you're not there for your ego, and you're not there to fight, and you're not there to just give them an advertisement platform, all those things they like, but you're sincerely inquiring for the truth with scientific tools, that's too much for them. That's what freaks them out. That, more than anything, the follow the data, point to the science, is why they fear you. It's not because you're a good debater and can get some quick cheap points in, quick shots. They can handle that. They do the same. But the whole paradigm crumbles when it's not like, oh, we're not here to do a partisan fight. We're here to actually find the truth. That's like, look, everybody understands if it's a Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witness, yes, if he's going to convert you, no problem, he will come. If it's going to be to applaud him, yes, he will come. Even a battle, but if it's truth, when Jehovah's Witness was founded, and look, here's the original Bible you had, and it's all sectarians freak out. Scientologists, what, you got to tell me that Hubbard was involved with OTO? I'm out of here. You understand what I mean?
I do. And again, I'm so tempted to go to level 3, which is where we usually go. So I'll rein that in and just say, I think what has happened in the last 2 years brings all that in focus in a different way that you and I are just now kind of wrapping our head around. And, it's the kind of the skeptics always say so many brilliant things, only they don't realize they're brilliant because they're the exact opposite of the way they interpret them. But, it really is an issue of why people believe weird things. Fundamentally, it's why people believe weird things. So skeptics believe weird things. They believe that you're not conscious. They believe that you're a biological robot in a meaningless universe, even though everything they know, our whole world, tells them differently. They believe it. That's a very weird thing to believe. They believe that they should focus on some science and completely ignore other science. That's a weird thing to believe. Religious people, even like you said, you just said it, you can kind of say, do you really think that the Quran, where it says that you can take women as slaves and do whatever you want with them, and then but they have to wear a veil? Do you think all these rules, same with Judaism, all these rules, you got to dance around 3 times and don't touch electronics. Does any of that really make any sense? No. But so why do people believe weird things, which is the title of a book that I think Shermer or one of those people wrote in... It's the opposite again. So their thing was like, why do people believe in ghosts and extended consciousness? Wow, what a weird thing. It's like, no, that's not weird.
At the same time, they believe that you can upload human consciousness to a computer, and they believe that a computer can be sentient. That's just as weird.
Well, and as you and I know, that probably isn't really what they even care about there anyway. I think the transhumanist agenda is really much more about other...
Sure. But they need the materialist paradigm as a useful idiot to implement that agenda.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes.
Well, we all know that. Yeah, so, but it is famous. Some of these shows where you had with some of these skeptics are infamous or famous, whatever you want to choose. But I remember even people, I said many people in my circle back then were listening to you, and I picked up some shows via Facebook then. But I remember after a while when you started to realize what was going on, and that really harbinger in the transition from Skeptico 1.0 to 2.0, but you didn't just lose skeptics as listener, you even lost agnostics and people who was at the pro, let's say, Sheldrake side, because, and you touched upon it, what they wanted and expected and were used to was this usual gladiator battle, stuck on stupid debate that you're going to elaborate on in a later clip. So they couldn't handle that you moved on from stuck on stupid and wanted it to take it to level 2 or skeptical 2.0. Do you agree with that?
I totally agree with that. And I'm itching to ask you what you think that is about, why people remain married to a debate. Maybe it's because they feel like comfortable that they've won that. They want to stay in that. Okay, we've won that. So I don't get it.
I think you actually speculate about it in one of the clips I have lined out, and I think you're on the money there. But No, it's just one of those things. People are habitual, maybe. They came into it with that format and they didn't like... I don't think those in the beginning realized it was going to become a real journey.
Right.
Right? Usually if people make something work, don't fix it if it works. So I think that's too much for some. So if I'm used to having at Netflix like romantic comedies, I sit and watch there or whatever, and then suddenly they start pushing a lot of conspiracy documentaries. I'm out of here. You know what I mean?
Hey, it's you. I think you're spot on with that. And it's you know what? It's the two quotes. Back to the Shirley MacLaine, it's all about entertainment. And the other is the very famous, fantastic Canadian media, just mystic, Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. He said, you don't read the Sunday Times back when there was a newspaper. You get into it like a warm bath. Well, we can all relate to that. You sit down to watch the ball game. It's really not about the teams, although you'd like to think it is. It's about the whole experience, the memories. I used to do this with my dad. This is my couch. This is where I sit. It's the whole experience. So when somebody comes along and says, Forum Borealis is about this, and the next thing you do and you say, well, you know what? I just learned this. So now Forum Borealis has to change because what I thought I knew, I now know something different. People are like, oh, well, what about that spot I had on the couch where I used to always watch the ball game?
Right. Yeah, well put. But this really is the transition from Skeptico 1.0 to 2.0. The next clip, it's one of the longer ones, but I titled it Trouble in Paradise. Not about the data. Big question as driving points. I think you explain very succinctly here how come the transition from 1.0 to 2.0 happened. So let's listen to that.
Well, I think you've kind of pinpointed really a turning point in the show, at least in my mind, and that's that I had this idea starting out that it's about the data. This is science after all, and science is concerned with measurement and data and evidence. And my thought was, hey, look, let's just try and get our arms around the data. Let's get good data. And then any reasonable person will be able to sort that out and decide one way or another. And I pretty quickly got an idea that maybe that wasn't as simple as I thought and that there were other things going on. The whole thinking with how we can remain completely married to these beliefs and to this interpretation of the data that just doesn't fit with just the kind of common sense understanding of it really sent me in a different direction and saying, you know what? It's not about the data. It's really about everything else. It's about why we believe what we believe, how our belief systems develop, how our belief systems change. And until we really figure that stuff out, then all this stuff about the data is more or less a sideshow. When I do those shows, the reaction is usually polarized. There's so many people, and this always surprises me, who are proponents, believers, if you will, who are really offended. I mean, they just don't like controversy. You can see, and they don't like this kind of confrontational, battling it out kind of thing. And that always surprises me. I don't know how you really get to the bottom of things that you care about deeply or that you have strong opinions about without having a little bit of friction. And while I don't seek those shows out, and I don't think those need to be the main focus of Skeptiko, I do feel a need to revisit those topics every now and again because one of the conclusions that I came to in this, hey, it's not about the data, it's about everything else, is there's a question, I think, in the back of everyone's mind, which is, how can this be? I mean, here's this guy or here's this group of people who are saying, fundamentally, the scientific model that we have is flawed. And the immediate question you have to be is, how can that be? Wait a minute. I have this iPhone 5 here that is a testament to how great science is. So don't tell me science is wrong. How can this be? So I think we have to occasionally go back and revisit that and really look hard at what the other folks have to say. The folks who say, no, you are a biological robot, life does have no meaning, and it's all about machines. I think we do have to go back and give them the floor every once in a while and hash that out with them. To me, at a very kind of deep personal level, I always wondered why everyone wasn't interested in these topics. I always wondered why these weren't the first and foremost questions on everyone's mind. I mean, most of us spend so much time on ridiculously silly things of the weather or sports or news or all the rest of that, when the big questions are, who are we really? What happens to us after we die? How are we related to not only each other, but the universe? I mean, these are the big questions. And I guess I always had a sense of, hey, am I not getting the newsletter here? I mean, does everyone else know the answers to these? Because why isn't this foremost on everyone's mind? And then you kind of get into life and you want to make a living and you want to have a family and all that. We all understand that. And you say, hey, I can't deal with all those things right now. They don't seem to be pressing as much as the mortgage payment or the car payment is. So I kind of put them to the side. But to me, they always seem to be the questions that I wanted to come back to. So that really is the driving force of Skeptiko, along with the idea that I had all along because of my business experience. And that was the idea that I can learn, I can get better, I can improve. Because I was someone who, despite having the right academic background and education background, was failing pretty miserably at business before I kind of went on a massive kind of learning campaign in terms of how to make myself better and how to improve in that. So I kind of took that self-improvement idea and that self-improvement success that led to business success and said, hey, I can bootstrap myself into knowing the answer to these big questions. And that's really been, I guess, the driving force of Skeptiko.
So, first, I call this clip Trouble in Paradise for two reasons. Number one, you smelled a rat, which is why you moved from Skeptiko 1.0 to 2.0. But also, like we just said, some listeners, it was trouble in paradise for them too that you moved on higher up the mountain. So they fell off. Yeah. But let me ask you, when you started to understand what's what when it comes to these skeptics and materialists, about when did that happen? How early did you become convinced? I mean, first time, I guess you thought it was a one-off. Second time you talk with such a guy, I guess you suspected a pattern, but when you never managed to talk with anyone at the truth level and sincere level and scientific level that you were naively expecting, then obviously it became clear. So how early did that happen that you became convinced? And was that really the impetus to move to Skeptiko 2.0, not being stuck on stupid debates?
It was pretty early because in those first interviews, I was able to kind of get to the point where I could directly confront these people with, you're interviewing Steve Novella from Yale University. He's a podcaster, but he's also a neurosurgeon, or not a neurosurgeon. What is he? Neurologist at Yale University. And he's screwing the data. He's screwing it up. He's not, I'm giving him the data and then he messes it up. I go, you messed it up? He goes, oh yeah, I did mess that up. I'm sorry. And he's got skeptic Ray Hyman on there from Dr. Ray Hyman from Oregon, who has passed away, but I hadn't passed away. We looked through his files. He was CIA. Oh, isn't that interesting? But anyways, I knew it was bullshit, but here's the point that I guess I accepted what still a lot of people say when you speak to them today, which is, if I just had an interview with Dr. Bruce Grayson, and Bruce Grayson is phenomenal. Talk about standing on shoulders. 40 years has been instrumental in advancing near-death experience science. But you say, hey, Bruce, it's a fucking conspiracy. What are you talking about? Obviously, this is a rigged game because it's easier to control people if they think we're a biological robot meaningless universe. So that's what is the impediment to any real traction with near-death experience science.
But he wouldn't go there?
He's very, very reluctant to go there. And yes, he wouldn't go there. He goes, he goes to the one funeral at a time thing. He goes, no,
But how does he explain? How does he must know, he's a parapsychologist. He must know it's a rigged game. So how does he rationalize it?
I think he rationalizes it. I mean, where I'm going with this and where you are comfortable going with it, which I've come to understand that this is, again, your mountain metaphor is analogy is perfect, because when you get into the conspiracy stuff, which we'll get into, it then goes a different level where people go, no, that's not, no, that's not the world I live in. I don't live in that world. So when you tell somebody like Bruce Grayson, he immediately runs the whole thing. He goes, wait a minute, you mean the guy that I sit with at lunch who's been here for 20 years? It might be more than just he's a rigid old guy that won't change his beliefs. It might be more than that. It might be that he's been somehow influenced or engineered to think a particular way for a particular reason to satisfy a particular agenda.
Yeah.
That is very, very hard for the scientist to think of. And it is a Stockholm syndrome kind of thing, right? Stockholm syndrome. It's like, these are my friends. And they just had me over to a big celebration dinner like the one we're having here. And they gave me an award and stuff like that. Now I'm going to go piss on them and say, yeah, but you guys are liars and you deceived people here and you did this. I can't. I don't feel besides the fact that I'll lose my job. I mean, I'll not only lose my job, I'll lose my prestige. I'll lose all this stuff.
Yeah. But there's no doubt that in the beginning you were very respectful of them in terms of, I mean, you're always respectful when you talk with people too, but I mean, like, you were really thinking that they had something to say and you wanted to listen and you wanted to give them a chance. So you didn't start out debunking scientism, but you quickly realized that it's not a 50-50. It's actually one side is right, the other wrong, which sometimes happens, right? And then you...
the other thing, and I think you just hit on it before with what you said. I mean, I did really think it was about the data.
Yeah.
So from my business standpoint, you realize that some people like Heineken and some people don't like Heineken. Some people like Amstel, which is also made by Heineken. But, that's the way that it is. And you can't get in there and say, gee, what's wrong with you for not liking Heineken beer? You know what I mean? So there are differences that people have. And I thought fundamentally, if it's about the data, then I'll dance the dance, and I'll listen to your points and we'll go through this and it'll be about the data and we'll sort it out. And that's what science is about. So that went on for quite a while because, again, what's looming here in this story that we're telling is I didn't understand conspiracy. I was not open to that at all. I didn't believe any conspiracies. I thought they were all bunk, which is what most people thought up until a couple of years ago. You got hit with the pandemic, and now everyone's like,
well, even before, I said to Mark yesterday, I said to him, what's the difference between reality and conspiracy theory? Let's see if he knew the answer. What's the answer?
I don't know.
Minimum 6 months.
Right.
So, but my point is just you realized that one side is wrong, one is right. You realized consciousness is key. You realized scientism is bunk. And isn't that really
right?
Isn't that really when we enter Skeptiko 2.0?
Yes.
Because then you went off on surfing of topics like near-death experience. I mean, you like you said in the former clip, you sometimes revisit old topics, and that's great. So even today, you will still have skeptics on if it fits the whatever you're doing, and they are willing. That's one of the problems. They're running away. They won't get on. They won't
absolutely
go in debate. Yeah.
To emphasize that point, I seek them out. I mean. And it's harder now because it's even harder. People, the whole environment.
They're on to you.
The environment has changed, And I used to get accused of sandbagging people because I'd reach out to these skeptics and they would go no further than researching the name Skeptico, and they'd say, "This is going to be an easy interview," and they'd come on, and I wasn't intentionally trying to sandbag them.
No, it's their own laziness. It's intellectual laziness.
Exactly. If you're not able to do that, but I did score a lot of interviews with people who would normally not engage, and that was the reason for it. But I constantly, reach out to people who have an opposing view and try and get them on the show, and it's sometimes successful. But are you going to talk about Patricia Churchland and Ben Radford?
Ben is going to be mentioned by you very briefly in the. This is going to be a Forum Borealis show too, not just a Skeptico show. And usually I have at the end of Forum Borealis, I rant, but At the end of this show today, I'm going to just play a meshed, slimmed version of your clip called 5 Things You Should Know About Skeptico, because those 5 things is what is valid today. And there, I think you mentioned briefly, Ben, but you can remind us, what was the Churchland thing about?
I got to tell this. I got to tell this story because it's so much in my mind. And it was one of those that really did kind of, I don't know, it did change things in terms of, I got a lot of people from a lot of different places contacted me after this show, and it did make a certain impact, you know? So Patricia Churchland is a very, very well-known and highly regarded in academia for this kind of what she called neurophilosophy. And it's kind of this blending of religion and neurology and all the rest of this stuff. And she was an academic, which also leads to your other point. You know, so I was talking to skeptics, people who are just skeptics, like we'll talk about Ben Radford, just, I'll write for a Skeptic magazine. I'll write a but then I was talking to a lot of academics, like Steve Novella he's a skeptic, but he's not really a skeptic. He's a Yale neurologist. I mean, you can't, that's pretty high up there. And Patricia Churchland is at UCSD, University of California, San Diego, highly respected school, or she was at the time, and she's doing this neurophilosophy thing. Anyways, I always remember this. So I called her up, and, you know, I was cordial at the beginning. She agreed to come out. She didn't know what was going to hit her.
Oh, I know the show you're talking about. Oh, people, you need to look it up. Go on.
So she just is really kind of had a high and mighty kind of thing, which kind of irked me. So I kind of just was very direct with her. I wasn't at all unpleasant or unprofessional, but I just said, but, you know, you've quoted Dr. Pim van Lommel, this noted cardiologist from the Netherlands who had published a very groundbreaking book on near-death experience, 20 years, and he'd done all this research, published in many peer-reviewed papers. I said, you've misquoted him. And she goes, oh, really? And she crumbles. She totally fakes. And she goes,
total meltdown.
Is total meltdown. I go, yeah, I can read you the quote if you like, and I can read you what he said after it. And she goes, oh, and then she hangs up. So I call her back. Yes. So Al, I call her back. And what do you do? What do you do? I mean, these people, they are dumb in a certain way. Like from a business standpoint, you just learn this kind of stuff. Like you admit,
they're nerds.
You in that situation, if you've messed up your deal and then and you hang up on the guy and he calls you back, you don't answer the freaking phone. No, she answers the phone.
And certainly you don't pretend that you didn't hang up.
Exactly. She answers the phone and pretends like she didn't hang up. And I think she thinks that I'm going to just move on. I go, okay, well, let's get back to that quote that you misquoted in your book. And she hangs up again. And I called her a third time and she did. She answered and then she kind of just wormed her way out of the interview. But
yeah, it was amazing to listen to because don't they care about
I think
how they are perceived? The believability.
I think there. You know, when you said there was this spectrum of people out there, and you did a good job of my remembering of how it was, in terms of people all over the board, in terms of, you know, parapsychology and kind of doubting is this the whole. You know, proposition that we're talking about here of is science fundamentally dogmatic in a way that it shouldn't be. It's not wrestling with the data. That was really an open question. And when people were confronted by Patricia Churchland, this kind of noted academic, completely crumbling when she's confronted directly with the question, I think it caused a lot of people to hesitate and go, wow, I really am standing on very shaky ground when I advance this position.
Susan Blackmore, it was kind of more intelligent because what she did, she too crumbled, but she pretended that the attitude she met you with is her default attitude. She was like, no, I never said that. No, she was running away from the position. No, I don't know anything. Yeah. So she tried to grasp desperately onto her academic integrity. So you couldn't bust her because she was unbustable because she yielded all claims and all. But of course, as soon as she's out of there and she goes on one of these pro-skeptic shows, then she's right back to the misleading, dishonest attitude.
Well, that's what I busted her on. And I think it was very effective. It's because that is incredibly deceptive to come on and say, well, where I pushed her on that is to say that I said, are you aware of this research? And it was the research of Dr. Jeffrey Long. And she goes, to be honest with you, I haven't stayed up to date on that research enough to comment on it, which is like a pseudo real answer. Like you'd hear that from a scientist. You go, wow, that person's legit,
It was a gift to you, though, because you could hit that in the head with every other skeptic after that who tried to use her as an out to debunk.
Well, I could also hit her with it because 6 months later she was out doing her same PowerPoint presentation on how near-death experience was easily debunked by this and that. So she had directly contradicted herself in a fundamental way. So, yeah, it's
yeah.
There were a lot of good ones there way back, but it's a different time back when I thought that there was a realness to that. And also, I often wondered about Susan Blackmore in terms of, because you mentioned the word useful idiot, and I think that it's really important. My friend Joseph Atwell has done a great job of this over the years, talking about there's the lifetime player, there's the part-time player, and there's the useful idiot. So the lifetime player is the Gloria Steinem, which we referenced. She was recruited into CIA, or maybe even Jeffrey Epstein. Now they have they've come out and said the gifted child kind of thing, maybe groomed from a super young age. All that stuff is like a whole different level of this stuff. And I'm not saying that's Susan Blackmore, but I'm saying there's a range of people who are groomed for this kind of role that is going to be manipulated. And then that's the lifetime player. Then there's the part-time player. It's like, hey, I need this op. I need this thing done, and maybe it's a James Randi stumbles into the police station because they caught him.
I was thinking, yeah.
Exactly. They caught him making illicit phone calls with underage kids, underage boys, which they did. And they got him. They put him in the room and they go, pal, you are going to place where you don't want to go, because I tell you what they do with pedophiles in that place. And he just goes, oh, what do you want? And they go, okay, I'll tell you what you want. When we call, you answer. When we tell you what to do, you do it. So I'm not saying, I don't know if any of that's true. I just know you can go listen to the tapes with James Randi. You can draw your own conclusion.
But he's just an example anyway. We get your point.
He's an example.
Blackmore should
be.
But
that's the part-time player. But then where I was really trying to go is there's the part-time player and then there's the useful idiot, which for our best guess is, I hate to say it, but that's Dr. Patricia Churchland. She's not even aware that she's spewing out such nonsense that is completely in line with some party line that someone has decided is you're a biological robot, meaningless universe paradigm. She doesn't even understand that she's propping that up. She just is by her default.
Yeah. And this isn't even speculation. It's the exact same playbook going on in mainstream media. Manufacturing Consent, I believe, is the title of the book of Mr. What's he called? The darling of the left, the lingual professor, very old Jewish American guy. What's his name?
It's not Soros, is it?
No, he's an oligarch. I'm talking about an academic. Manufacturing Consent is his book.
Consent or dissent?
Consent.
Oh, manufacturing consent?
Yeah. That's what the media does, he revealed. And did you get his name?
Oh, yeah, Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky. So he revealed the whole playbook. It works like this. If you are a moron with the wrong ideas, then you are an employee with the right ideas. So I will hire that guy out of journalism school or whatever because he has the right attitude, the right ideas, and I'll sponsor. So it's not like I'm telling every newscaster you're in on a huge conspiracy here, okay? You have to... No, he just... Yeah, I'm here for my career.
Exactly.
And okay, these are the talking points for today. Okay, well, let's go. And he believes he's free to do and say what he wants because whatever he says is going to be exactly the narrative that the powers that be, in this case, let's say the owner of Fox News or CNN, wants him to say. So the conspiracy here is actually just a little segment, a little fragment of the whole kind of game, if you see what I mean.
Well, yeah.
So I like that thing, lifetime player, part-time player, and useful idiots. And I'll say most of them are useful idiots. Then the second biggest group is the part-time players, the blackmailing files, and then you have the smallest but most essential group of full-time actors. We have to move on, Alex. The next clip is kind of in the same line. My next clip is just when Skeptico Point 2.0 is consolidated. Here you are debunking scientism and explaining why consciousness is key. And that's a difference from what you would do in the first 100 shows or whatever. Now you had taken that journey over the bridge, burnt the bridge behind you. You're taking a stand. You're coming clear out and saying what's what.
One of the topics I think that has been a recurring theme of the show is how we communicate about these topics in the court of public opinion, if you will. And a lot of people will kind of have a knee-jerk reaction when I mention God or when I mention believer or when I mention any of these things. And when I'm pressed, like in the forum, I'm quick to acknowledge that I don't know what God means. I don't have any specific idea of a guy in a beard or anything like that. But I'm using a shorthand reference to kind of shoehorn us into the public debate. I mean, the big debate is science versus religion. Whether we like it or not, that's what's out there. That's what's socially relevant in terms of the discussion. So in that sense, okay, I'm a believer. If you want to divide the world into skeptics and believers, I'll gladly take the side of believer. I don't think that term means anything to me other than it means if we're going to engage in this dialogue and there has to be sides, this is the side I'll take for purposes of this discussion. Scientific materialism is a failure. I mean, it's a failed proposition. It was a good proposition. I think the evidence is overwhelmingly suggestive that that just doesn't hold up. And I think with it, atheism falls down the drain as well. So I think those propositions are falsified. So yeah, that would push me to whatever other category you want to call it. You know, I'm going to be closer to that other side. I don't think the middle holds here. I don't think I'm agnostic, I just have questions about this. I don't think it holds. And the reason it doesn't hold is because you have to make a decision every day in the way that you live your life. We live in a materialistic world, a materialistic economy, and a materialistic society. That is the predominant worldview that's placed upon you. If you do nothing, you are thereby embracing materialism. So you can't say, I'm removed from this discussion. You're in the middle of it. You're the fish. You're in the water. The water is all around you. So you can't say, I'm agnostic. Your life is your choice. And I've had numerous conversations along these lines that the middle doesn't hold. There really isn't a middle ground. Life forces us to choose one way or another. You know, one of the things I've come to appreciate about this biological robot, scientific materialism, that I bash repeatedly because it's so strongly ingrained, enmeshed in our culture, and yet it doesn't hold up. And that just kind of galls me from a critical thinking standpoint. How can something so wrong have such traction? So I'm always bashing it. On the other hand, especially lately, I've come to appreciate how hard and difficult it is to get beyond that, and how reassuring it is to fall back on the notion of materialism. I mean, everything gets really, really fuzzy when you kind of go into this post-scientific materialism realm. And by that I mean, what is reality? I mean, if consciousness is fundamental. So this debate of biological robots is that, you know, you're just a robot, you're just a machine. And the counter theory is that in some way we don't understand this thing of consciousness, this me, this ghost inside the machine is fundamental. So matter isn't fundamental, consciousness is fundamental. That's one hypothesis. Well, what does that really mean? It means that all these ideas of measurement, all these ideas of reality, if you will, are now have to be put on hold. So we can no longer in that world talk about reality or talk about our experience or talk about things like time. It all kind of falls apart. So in that sense, what I've said before, and I think it holds, is that, hey, I'm going to play this little game with you called consensus reality. And we're going to pretend that this desk that I'm tapping on is real, is solid. Even though we know it's 99.99999% nothing, it appears solid to me. You can see it, I can see it. We're going to call this reality. And in that same way, we're going to call all these things that we debate about reality. And we're going to call skeptics on this and this and that. But at the same time, while we're doing that, we have to acknowledge that that might all be just kind of a game, if you will. And there may be a bigger, larger truth out there that we're not really dealing with when we talk about things in that way. And that's pretty abstract, but I think you can see where I'm going and why it's necessary to kind of talk out of both sides of your mouth when you talk about skeptics versus believers or scientism or even scientific evidence.
Because when I look at the shows lined up chronologically, it's pretty obvious that in the beginning you're doing this both sides things and slowly but surely realizing what's what. But at this period in part 2, you're deep diving into the consciousness is key type of shows.
Yeah.
So I say that's the hallmark of Skeptiko 2.0. That you left the old, I'm going to be the judge of the debate here and see who's right. Now you're fully immersed, exploring. You found truth on one side. Now you're deep diving into that. Do you agree with that description?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to ask you, we mentioned that someone started the forum. We mentioned this friend of yours who interviewed you. But I didn't get to ask you about the open source science website. I sent you one, but I don't think that's the same one. It looks weird, the one I sent you on Telegram. So if you could explain briefly this open source science thing.
Open source science, I think we kind of covered before. So I had this idea that there could be, that experiments could help this situation, and that if we threw more data at it.
Oh, okay. So that's the vehicle you did experiments through.
Exactly.
Right. But didn't you cooperate with someone there?
I kept trying to pull people in.
Yeah.
I've tried to pull so many people in.
Annelise Ventola.
Yeah. I mean, she's super nice. I haven't stayed in contact with her. Again, this is kind of like...
Did you stay in contact with Øystein, the Norwegian guy?
I've talked to him, over the years, just a couple times. I mean, he went down a different...
Right.
He went down a different path, but I talked to him at one point. It's just funny. I mean, this has been such an awesome part of my life. And like I was telling you about the forum, I love that people come in and then move out, or people come in and they're there because I'd offer them a little bit of money to go do something, and then they moved out, or they weren't really that interested, or they didn't have the same, I'm crazy about, this kind of, so that all happens, that's so just, as far as shouting out, I mean, the people that I am just, I'm just indebted to, and I feel like have just shaped me, not just the show, it's shaped me, because that's what it's really all about, are some of the tremendous guests that I've had on,
Right.
Really.
But did you have like you had some people who, I know one was hosting, I mean, even Gordon has hosted a show, but you have had guest hosts?
Multiple people have guest hosted. I love for people to guest host. I love for people to get involved in reaching out to people who might want to be on the show. But that was kind of later in the game. After you do it a few hundred times, you're like, I want other people to have that fun, or not that fun, but that feeling of wanting to know something and then finding out that it's somewhat knowable. If you go and you pursue the truth, like we're talking about, sometimes you find it, and that's kind of a real kind of thing. So, but anyways, my buddy from down there in Florida State has hosted a couple of shows for me.
The guy who interviewed for number 200?
No. This he's a professor. Dr. Rich Grego is the guy who has done multiple shows for me and was really, really helpful.
Was he the guy who did the Sherman thing with you? He really nailed Schirmer.
Don't remember that one.
I think it was show number 3 or 4, very early.
Oh, no.
It was so weird because I was listening to it. You didn't say, I mean, you were amateurs back then, but from out of nowhere, another voice started to ask questions of Schirmer. What the fuck happened? I'm a different, you know what I mean? Yeah, I was him for a while, and then we forgot all about you, and then suddenly you came in at the end. So that was a chap, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, is there anything else to say about the second period? Because this guy, you made show 200. I think already then you were starting to move on to Skeptico 3.0. Not long after that. But that guy, he did a very useful thing. He divided, typical skeptics, they like stuff like this, but he divided your shows thematically in percentages. And NDEs were 25% back then because you went on a huge wave in Skeptico 2.0. Anything to do with death.
Yes.
Not just NDE. And that's interesting, right? Because you start out materialism or spiritualism, whatever, and then, the next level at the mountain is, of course, okay, we have to go to death because that's the clue. That's the secret. That's where everything is. So the death period is completely logical as the next step of truth-seeking and consciousness. Consciousness is key. Consciousness, death, reincarnation.
Can I interject something?
Yeah, sure. I'm just spitballing.
I love where you went with that, but you almost take it from more of a kind of mystic standpoint because I think that's your background and that's your understanding. And I kind of come around full circle in that I didn't exactly see it that way. I saw it as an extension of the science. So the science that Dean Radin was doing and Rupert Sheldrake was doing was, to me, conclusive evidence that materialism, the proposition fails, like I said, but it wasn't exactly penetrating, like we were saying. It wasn't getting through. Why isn't everyone else getting the message, getting the newsletter on that? So I thought, wait, this is really more of a way that's kind of indisputable, right? So one of the pillars of materialism is that consciousness is a phenomenon of the brain. So therefore, when you die, consciousness must end. Here are people coming back. And again, from a medical, and they're coming at it from a medical standpoint, which is kind of interesting because medicine kind of bypasses in a way some of the science bullshit and just says, hey, you live or you die. You heal your arm or you don't. So they had a little bit of a different perspective, but they were directly getting to this question. And I saw it as a more effective way of really answering this question in a convincing way that would convince other people. The circle back to the mystic part, I think, is that now I realize that that's why the mystics focused on death.
Yeah.
That's why when you become a yogi, the first thing that you do is you go look at the funeral pyre and you watch the ashes and you meditate there for days and days because eventually it gets through to you that materialism is just a joke.
I am not my body, etc. I am not my feelings. But totally. That was your focus, your perspective. But I'm just seeing it in Bert's perspective. That is so natural that the next step is to explore. And when you explore all that stuff, obviously that will, because you look, whatever was your motive in the first part, it led you to the second part. Skeptico 1.0 had to come before Skeptico 2.0. It's because of the experiences you had in Skeptico 1.0 that you went over to Skeptico 2.0. And I would venture the same happened in Skeptico 2.0. What you experienced there led you to Skeptico 3.0. And with 3.0, I mean, well, you'll see what I mean. But obviously, when not even that helped, you were hitting people in the head with the indisputable evidence.
Yeah.
And you realized consciousness is key, and nobody was listening. Everyone was out for lunch. So, no, not actually everyone. Let's listen to the next clip.
Hey, Alex, coming at you from Grimerica. Darren and Graham just wanted to wish you a happy 15th anniversary, 15 years. And I don't know how many episodes, not enough. But congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I mean, he's been so helpful for us, Darren? I mean, he's been great. I remember when we first started this thing in 2013, he was I think he came on our show, episode 29. And then I think he followed us after that because he was pretty helpful. He gave us a chance. He was one of those guys that gave us a chance and supported us along the way, Like we couldn't do it without guys like Alex sort of saying, hey, you guys are on the right track here. Go for it,
100%. And I'm sure we're not the only ones. And here's to 15 more years. I mean, I think this year I'm going to get down to San Diego. So maybe this will be the year I finally get to meet Alex.
I was looking through emails going back 10, 11 years ago. Because Alex was one of these guys where I'd email him, bitching to him about UFOs, because I think he sloughed off UFOs. There was a couple podcasts I was listening to, and I was like, oh man, he's got to treat that. And then he turned around on it. And in like 2012, he was like, it's time to hit this topic of UFOs kind of thing. But I always appreciated being able to communicate with a host of this show who's got all these scientists on, and he's like sort of battling, kind of at the front lines against this, what we knew at the time was sort of a battle over consciousness. And he was just on the front lines. And I went through this whole phase of skeptical podcasts. I went through UFOs and paranormal and the Skeptics Guide to the Universe, those guys. And then I just got disgusted by the way they're just ridiculing people that would have sightings or strange experiences. And then, of course, Alex was right sort of in the middle. He was just following the data, looking at strange experiences. That's fine on one end, but not ridiculing people that had these experiences. I mean, he would sort of more ridicule the dogma of science and the scientists that are holding this together. Like Charles Fort would say, this dogma.
Graham, the narrator, always has his little anecdote. As Blavatsky would say.
You know what, dude? Because Alex would fit right in with Fort's philosophy, I think. I mean, because Fort was fighting the battle that Alex was fighting back then in the early 1900s.
Still going.
And it's still going. This is the crazy thing. And I can't tell if we're winning or not. I mean, we are now.
We're losing.
We are now.
Are
in
we
a
winning?
Certain way, we are. Well, we are.
Well, usually you think we're losing. This is a change. We're not used to this.
I mean, I'm talking about more specific materialism, new atheist battle.
Oh, so we're gonna win that one right before we lose the
big one.
The big one. Oh, yay!
The war.
Go us. We'll win this little battle, and it'll have turned out to have been a trap. I'm optimistic, as always.
Well, that whole movement fell apart in the last 10 years. The ones that were pushing back, the new atheists and the sort of the skeptical crowd, I think.
That PZ Myers kind of went off the deep end, I think.
That was great. That was like a paradigm. I remember being able to, I was like, so all these people, the Hudson Valley, because we were talking.
I wasn't at that
Hudson Valley. Oh, you weren't? Oh, yeah. I asked PZ a question with the mic in front of the whole crowd about so all these people talking about the Hudson, because there was this Hudson Bay flap, right? The UFO. I mean, that was one of the biggest, most underrated
all right, we should
flaps
get out of here. This isn't an episode.
In the U.S.
Congratulations, Alex. Here's to 15 more years, buddy. I might go to San Diego this year. I think he's somewhere down around there, so.
Of course, that was Darren and
Graham
and Darren from Grimerica. They touched upon a few interesting things, but before that, they go also a bit back. 2013, they said. That's how did you get in touch with these guys?
They reached out to me. They had listened to the show. They were fans of the show.
They were talking. I think Graham said the same thing to me, that you've been helping them. And I think that's I think many people have that impression because you're so enthusiastic. That's typical for idealists. And people are used to that, I guess. So you're very supportive of other people and other people's projects. It's like you're coming from a place of surplus, not scarcity. It's called a new business, for those who don't know. The old business is scarcity driven, right? It's the competition and you have to sabotage for each other, etc. But when you have the new business kind of frame of mind, then you know that no, the more the merrier. So I don't know if that's even on your radar, but that's completely in harmony with how you're you're acting with other people. So they are very appreciating of your contribution.
Well, that's awesome. You know, like we've kind of said a couple of times, it's to be a light bringer would be all that any of us could ever do in our highest contribution. So I don't always do that. I'm not perfect, but that's my goal, you know. So,
but it's telling, because these guys, you know, I look at the first guy we had on here, well, the second guy, Greg Carlwood. He called himself, he said, hi, Stone or something. Yeah, kind of, but you're damn professional, Greg. You're far beyond a stoner level.
He's fronting on that, ain't he? Yeah.
Yeah, but these two guys, I haven't heard much of them, but I'm actually going on their show soon, so I'm going to do my research. They come off as more like laid-back stoners, and I don't mean to insult them if they're not into that kind of thing at all. I'm just saying they more look like they're, should I say, more relaxed in their approach to things.
Well, they're Canadian. They're awesome Canadians. No, I mean, there are, you know how many great Canadian comedians there are and entertainers? I mean, that culture breeds a certain...
I've noticed that. I don't know why.
Well, because they're just, there's a warmth about Graham and Darren. There's a genuineness about them. And like, you know, the part I thought you were going to pull out of that is like, hey man, yeah, I wasn't woken to the UFO thing.
No, that is the part. No, that is the part I just wanted to give them a little kudos before we go back on track. So let's do that. Yes, they were pointing out, they were even nagging you about it. And I think the UFO really is, you know, Skeptiko 3.0. Now you've done all the inquiries that's possible, and from your 2.0 experience, you realize, shit, this rabbit hole goes much deeper than I thought. This is when UFOs and conspiracy becomes high up on your radar, if you can put it like that. Because notice what they were talking about, the battle, the paradigm battle. Very funny how they pointed it out. In fact, before you even comment, I want to play a very brief clip. Listen to this.
Before we celebrate, you know, the coming paradigm shift, I think we have to take a good look at even this brief little snippet of history and learn a lesson from that and be very cautious in our optimism that there is going to be a lot of change. I don't see a lot of evidence for it. Then again, in a recent interview with Dr. Mario Beauregard, I asked him that question directly, and I thought he had a very strong argument for the fact that there is this change. And he's a neuroscientist in Montreal, and he says, hey, at my university, at my conferences, in the journals that I publish in, I definitely see a shift, a change in the openness to these ideas in the last 10 years. So maybe I'm being too pessimistic. But isn't it a little bit strange that we can walk down this path and we can all have this conversation about belief, about what's important and what we know? And we have a tendency, no matter how many times we bring it up, to gloss over the reality that we live in a world, in a society that has made these kind of topics taboo. So that leads me to one question, and that is, why are so many of the topics we talk about on Skeptiko taboo?
And mind you, this was said before you went deep into UFOs and conspiracies. So even from the completely legitimate stuff, evidence-based, mainstream, academic stuff that you were flushing out, still taboo. Can't go there. Of course, that didn't stop you from going deeper. But do you agree with me that Skeptiko 3.0 is when your focus is shifting over to the really deep end?
Yeah, it's where it really kind of comes in line with a lot of the work that you've done, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And that's when I think that's when we connected too.
Well, you know, it's what's funny, and it's funny listening to the Darren and Graham thing. It's like, I think that I was never worried about intellectual respectability. You know, I wasn't worried about the taboo topics that then no one would. But I was somewhat influenced by the little bit of the Stockholm Syndrome thing, a little bit of the, you know, don't go. It's like a guy once told me, and and I love this. This is so true. He said, "There's a crazy line. There's a crazy line, and you don't want to go past it." And then he proceeded to tell me that his crazy line was underground bases. I remember a few years ago recounting this story to someone else, saying, "Now I know there's a pretty substantial, very substantial, I would say, evidence for underground bases." And then you can take the really exaggerated stories, and maybe those aren't true, and maybe those are misinformation. But there's a lot of other ones where they got the vents, and they see the cars driving into the mountain and stuff like that, and they videotaped it and stuff like that. So, not to get too far
it's
afield.
funny how random his line was, but that's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's
exactly.
Yeah, go on.
So I was at that point. I was at that point of really pulling back a little bit and saying, you know what, if I do cross that crazy line, what's perceived to be a crazy line, it is going to be another line. And that is a chasm. That's not a line. It's a chasm. And once you jump over the other side, it's like on the mountain analogy you're using, there's a lot of people that are going to come up there going, "No, man.
Don't go there.
No, thanks. I'm not jumping that line."
No. Yeah. Yeah. The overtone window is controlled by the powers that be, right? That's the educational institutions, the media, and it's been threatened by internet, which is why they now are extending Operation Mockingbird to the internet. Well, they don't all the time, but now they're screwing the screws on social media. But that's the very narrow overtone window that the public can afford. Then you have individuals, and they usually have a overtone window that is a little bigger than the public one. But it can go in many different directions. Some people can have like you can have like people who are aware of the political conspiracy, but they may be atheists. They have no idea.
Right.
You see what I mean? So you have very many. I see the same with Sheldrake. He is aware that Wikipedia is hijacked by this crazy fanatical gang, but he's aware of it in his field.
Yes.
He's not aware that exact same thing is happening in every other field which can be regarded as controversial somehow for powerful interests.
Yes.
Not who won, the football game in 2015, the championship. No. You can rely on Wikipedia. But political stuff, social stuff, you name it. Even a crime, pedophilic stuff, you name it. So people don't know that the overtone window is gigantic, really.
Well, quick story that was, fundamental to shifting things for me. So once you cross the chasm and you go, okay, I'm willing to go there, right? The evidence for, and Graham is so right to call me out for that, because I knew that the UFO thing was real, and I wasn't really willing to go there fully. I wasn't willing to fully engage with that because I just felt like I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. And when I said the UFO thing, it's the ET thing too, because I was amazed people will go with the UFO thing and then they'll go, yeah, but I just can't get I can't get to the abduction thing, or I can't get to the ET.
Yeah, that's one line. The next line after there is abductions.
Yeah, it's like, who is driving? Who's flying around in those things? Anyways, but what I was going to say, as you relate to the social media, I remember, the conspiracy thing, the first thing I wake up to is JFK, because there's like these million old things I would. And then I remember, I've told this story a million times. I don't know if you ever play this clip, but I'm sitting on the edge of the bed after I'd watched like 40 hours of JFK videos and saying to my wife, I said, wow, I guess it really was a conspiracy. I said, but like this 9/11 thing, I could never go there. So obviously 9/11, to anyone who doesn't know, obviously a conspiracy, obviously an inside job. And I remember one of the guys I was following.
I mean, the official version is also a conspiracy theory. So
exactly.
That's undisputed.
But one of the people in this guy was on the show, and he's done some great work. His name is Luke Rudkowski, and he has tremendous. Yeah, We Are Change.
Yes, love that guy.
On the streets. He's done unbelievable work over the years. Fantastic guy. But I remember Luke Rudkowski way back. This is at least 7 years ago, maybe 10, but at least 7 years ago. He's the first guy who pointed out the demonetization and the shadow banning. Right. And it happened to him. And he demonstrated it. He said, here's my YouTube channel. He goes, look, this thing it no longer generates any revenue. And I've called YouTube on it and I've emailed them and they just don't say anything. But here's the point of my story. I remember being out in Silicon Valley and meeting this guy. I'm not going to mention his name, but this guy's really a pretty top-notch guy. He had a lot of connections with some serious Silicon Valley people, like Google and that kind of stuff. He knew some people at pretty high level, And I was telling him this because I had now been awoken to the conspiracy game. And I always remember, he's like, no, that just isn't true. That just can't happen. They would never do that. Google would never do that. It's fundamentally against everything they believe in. Well, now that's acknowledged. Yeah. It's acknowledged that we shadow ban people.
Now they brag about it.
Yeah, they brag about it. It's so in your face. So this is part of this evolution that anyone goes through who seeks the truth. If there is a moral to this story, or if there is some theme or some arc to this story of Skeptiko, it's that this is one of the things you encounter. You keep thinking, I've crossed this hill, so now I'm there, and then you say, well, I wonder what's over that next hill. And then you cross that one. And then you realize that it never really ends, and it's really the journey that you're on, which is what it was all about anyway.
Yeah, like Gandhi said too. He said that, I always mess up this quote, but basically you can't distinguish between the path, the way, and the goal. They are one.
Yes.
In other words, of course, the means doesn't justify, how you say it in English, the goal does.
The ends.
The ends doesn't justify the means. It goes to that too. Because the means is reflecting of your end. It's like that old quote. Is it Buddha? One of these wise people said, if you want to know your former life, look at the life you're living now. If you want to know your future life, look at the life you're living now.
Ooh.
It's the eternal now, right? And it's being informed by what happened before, and it's informing where you're going. And that's the thing, because this is a callback to what we said in the beginning. When I was kudosing you for having this merciless, honest, sincere, no other agenda, just getting to the bottom of the truth. So it worked, and you realized, bam, it's an artificial, it's a stuck on stupid debate. Let's move on. Bam. Number 2, right? Now you deep dive into all the exciting science on the one side, the consciousness, the death, everything. And you realize also the game is rigged because you're not getting any traction. Why aren't we canceling the question of who's right and what's what? Why aren't everybody just saying now, yes, consciousness is key? And that's why I would say the former clip, which ended, why is everything we do taboo?
Yes.
I would say that was like the last echo of Skeptico 2.0. And Skeptical 3.0, you would describe like this.
I feel that the Skeptico show has gone through a couple major revisions. I always think of Skeptico 1.0 as being follow the data wherever it leads. And that was me thinking that science and skepticism was pretty much of a straight up game, and we just had to dig into the science and we'd get the answers that we need. And there's some truth to that, but I think what it led to was a greater truth that I call Skeptico 2.0, at least to myself I call it that, and that was about it's more than the data. It's about the larger culture of science. It's about deception, conspiracy. It's about the way the world works and the motivations of the individuals involved. And we've explored that a great deal on Skeptico, and it's led to some interesting places. So with that, I kind of see the show moving towards Skeptico 3.0. The data collective, how you and I can learn from each other and crowdsource this journey that I've been talking about, that I have been on, but really I've been on it with you because, as you know, if you've followed the show, especially recently, I've relied more and more on Skeptico listeners to suggest guests. And you guys have done a fabulous job of that. There's been some great emails that really are much better than I could write to entice people to join me on the show. And they've led to some really great interviews that I've grown a lot from. But I want to take it one step further. Now, I've opened up a thread on the Skeptico forum so I can take advantage of this incredible collective knowledge of the Skeptico listeners. And hopefully you can help guide me and we can work together to figure out what direction I should take this interview. And I think that has two benefits. One, obviously, I can be better informed and ask better questions. But the other thing that I really want to get to is I've noticed so many times in the Skeptico interviews that it's really the second interview or the follow-up to the first interview where some of the main meatiest issues really get resolved. It's the interview 2.0, if I can stretch the revision metaphor a little bit further. But I think that's where all the action happens. And what I'm hoping is that by you participating in helping me formulate the ideas for these upcoming interviews, we can work together. We can maybe even collect some information, have an exchange with the guest, so we can actually have a pre-email interview through the forum, and then really get to some of the meaty stuff in the show. And I think the question here is, what direction should we take Skeptico as we evolve towards this Skeptico 3.0 that I'm talking about? A couple of areas I want to pursue further, and they really have a tendency to polarize people, or maybe more accurately, to really put people off. But one of the nice things about doing a show like this and not caring too much about growing your audience as much as you can or appealing to a certain crowd is that you don't have to worry if people are put off by these topics. But one topic is UFOs and the ET hypothesis. I think it's central. I've explored it a little bit in terms of how that might relate to consciousness, what those reports mean, but I think wrestling that to the ground and figuring out as best you can what the reality of that is central to answering these big picture questions.
Yeah. And I call this clip On Skeptico 3.0, Community Inputs and Extending into the Deep End. Summing up a little what we already said, but you're touching two things I want us to comment upon here now. One of them is you have experimented with various formats, haven't you? Because I teased you some time ago about some of your early shows were super short, and I guess you didn't have much compersion back then because there wasn't many podcasts. So I guess a 20-minute show could fly back then. Yeah. Although, of course, to be fair, in general, they were about an hour. But I remember when we connected, you were like, you were very swayed, enticed by the idea of having long form. And when I listened also to your, because all these statements of Alex that I'm playing today are like announcements or commentaries that he has given at certain turning points in the show. And so in many of them you are thinking aloud. Yes. And that's also very, very unique thing with your show, that you always try to include the listeners and the Skeptico gang, but you are like looking for different ways to do things. I think it's related to what we already talked about, that you, for example, that you're doing experiments in parallel with the show. That's very unique. So it's like you always, it's not just that you're trying to look for new topics, you're also trying to look for new ways and vehicles. And we'll get to some even more laudable projects a little later. But right now, it looks to me as if you've been open to experimenting with the format too.
Well, yeah. And you're right to point out that when I did, first time I did, we did some interviews. I interviewed you, I think, first, and then you interviewed me. I can't remember, but, or maybe you interviewed me. I can't remember, but yeah, I was very, very interested in what you had done and how you had done the long form interviews. And it just opened my eyes, because again, it's like so many things, you have a block, you go, oh yeah, nobody wants to listen to more than an hour. And then you see somebody who just really opens somebody up, and it goes and it grows.
Yeah, but you have taken notice that the second show is often the breakthrough.
Exactly.
But you did 1 hour shows.
Well, but again, see, that's where you kind of learn from other people, and I learned from you. So yeah. I thought my mindset was, yeah, you need more time, but you can't do it more than an hour. You can't do it more than an hour at a time. Mm. And what you've shown with these kind of deep dive kind of things, and then Brogan, really broke the mold too. No one
Yeah.
thought they could do that thing. And I don't think you were copying from Rogan. I think you guys both.
No, I wasn't aware of him when I started.
Right. So anyways, you understood that in a way that I didn't understand. And the other thing I discovered is second shows don't work. They don't work. Two shows don't work. It doesn't. That idea for the format doesn't work. What does work is the longer show where you kind of let people
spend an hour to wear them down and then open up in a second hour. Shh, that's a business secret.
Yes, it is.
No, but I learned one thing from you. I learned it very late, unfortunately, and I'm trying to implement it now, and that's let the guest empty himself for the first part of the interview. Let him say all the stuff without interrupting, and then you can start to tangle with the guest much more and do the so-called interruptions and even push them a little, etc. I don't know if that's a deliberate, I've asked you before, you never gave a clear answer. I don't know if that's a deliberate model you used, or if it just grew to that, or if it's just unconscious. But it's brilliant, man, and I'm going to copy it and try to do it more like that in my long-form shows.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know that I've always followed that, but you're definitely right. I've learned that the hard way,
Okay.
I mean, everybody's like that, I mean, it's...
No. I would say everybody, people do this in completely different ways.
No, everybody needs, what it does is when you go on a show, and you've been on enough shows, and you're probably not like this because you do a show, but if you've just written a book and you don't do a lot of shows, one of your big anxieties is, am I going to get a chance to get my message out,
Right.
So if that happens at the beginning, then it kind of shifts, like you're saying, then there's a shift and people go, okay, yeah, I got my message out, and he plugged the book and he asked me questions about the book. Okay, so now he's asking me other stuff. Okay, I can let my guard down.
Right. I always make sure when it's more like a book thing, like I know the guy at the other end is doing the rounds because it's a new book. I mean, I'm not advertisement shows. I'm not having them on for that. But when that's one of their agendas, I always say to them, and of course, at the end of the show, we're going to plug the book and we're going to plug other books and blah, 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 so that they know they calm down. But I'll tell you, one time you didn't do that. I mean, that format that I talked about, and perhaps that can explain some of the outcome of the show. That's when you had on the very fascinating, sweet man called, what's his name? The guy who was, he has talking about the deep end. He was allegedly abducted by aliens, and he was in everything, a CIA expert.
Whitley Strieber?
Yeah, you didn't do it there.
On which one hit?
Remember? You had several. The one that was turned a little funny, where you wanted to go full Roman Jesus on him, and he could relate so much to.
You know what? God, I don't know. This is going to be boring as heck for people, just all these old stories. But Whitley's a very recent story in terms of Skeptico. And Whitley Strieber is a super important person in our culture, in our whole entire culture. He is super, super important guy. He wrote the book Communion, which was just a phenomenal international bestseller, but it wasn't just a bestseller. It was a culture changer. It was in the bookstores, and people walked by and they saw that picture of an alien and they went, oh my God, it brought back memories of them being abducted. And this happened so many times. Well, Whitley has a very interesting background too. Whitley was MK Ultra'd, man.
Right.
And if people can't get there, like we're doing this whole retrospective, kind of thing, which is so awesome. But I could have never used those words, 10, 15 years ago. He was MK Ultra'd. I could have never said it with just the matter-of-fact way I'm saying it now. But it's the truth. And that's what he says. That's what he says happened to him. And then you can say, well, he's making that up. That's not credible. Well, it would be less credible if we didn't have concrete evidence that they were MK Ultraing all sorts of people, and that some of them went on to be serial killers and, all the rest of this stuff. So once you start unpacking that, and then you put that into the lens of E.T., then you got this other thing. But then you gotta listen, you gotta go full Skeptico on it. You say, Whitley, that doesn't give you a pass for then hypothesizing that the Roman collapse was due to environmentalism and the same kind of thing we're facing with global warming today. Full stop. Global warming isn't supported by the science. The science doesn't support that. All those islands they said they were going to be flooded, they're not flooded. They're still there. Antarctica, go look at the satellite photos of the ice. There's more ice there now than there was 30 years ago or 25 years ago when our
no, but now it's climate change, because then they don't have to stick to the
point is the same. Whitley Strieber is a phenomenal person. He's a culturally, he's super important in what he's done, and he's telling the truth. But he's not right about the Roman history. He's not right about Jesus. If he is right, I mean, maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. I don't know. But he's got to stand up and he's got to take the grilling. And I think he was really surprised because we were getting along on all this other stuff. And I go, wait, you can't go there.
Yeah, you had it on before with a more harmonious interview. But I think my point was just that you were derivating from the formula there. So maybe if he was frustrated that he couldn't tell you what the book was about. You didn't seem interested in that. So if he had gotten that first period to empty himself and then you'd, go Josephus on him, maybe it would be different. But it was just an example. Maybe it's not important.
Maybe it would. The point being, I know what you're saying with regard to that, but it's like one of my pet peeves, and this is more inside baseball podcaster stuff.
Yeah.
Is that people who feel like because they've written a book that all the questions, have to be directly out of the book. I always remember when I interviewed Colonel John Alexander, who is super interesting guy, an important guy in the whole UFO thing. And I did a very fair job on his book. And then I kind of grilled him on some really, really hard questions. He got really mad at me at the end, and he said, I know people and this kind of thing. But, my thing was like, hey, you had a shot, right? I pumped your book. I promoted your book. I announced your book a bunch of times. You got your part. Now I got my part. I get to ask my questions. Same with Whitley. Really was the same with Whitley.
Yeah.
Just Whitley, if you let him, he'll go on and on and on. Like it's just... like this is the way it is because I wrote it down in a book. Well, not exactly.
Yeah. No, there's always a little quid pro quo in those settings. I agree. But my point is that 3.0 was digging deep into conspiracies, into UFOs, into all these taboos that exist there. And I would say the transition to 4.0 is more... there's an important nuance. I think you're still stuck at 3.0. No, you're not. You're at 4.0. And I'll explain you what 4.0 is. But before that, listen to this.
Many congratulations to Alex and happy birthday, Skeptiko. You don't look a day over 9. This is Gordon from Rune Soup, and I'm just thinking back, I guess, on my Skeptiko journey, and I can't even remember when it began. I don't remember when or how I found Skeptiko, but it was about a decade ago. And I remember when I did, because I was still having those long London commutes, Alex's voice and his quest and his continuous seeking were just eye-opening and wonderful. I got 2 hours a day, which means by the time I found Skeptiko, I was able to plumb the back catalog and really, keep up to date with it ever since then. And so this is an amazing achievement. And I guess being a podcaster as well, one of the things that I guess I take most from my journey with or experience with Skeptiko is really inspiration, I suppose. What I love about Skeptiko and Alex in general is that he has the guests that he wants to have. He has the discussions that he wants to have, and he goes on the quests that he wants to go on. And that, as a fellow creator is really, really inspirational. Skeptiko never falls into that formulaic format of someone's got a book out and then they do the rounds of shows. That might happen. But generally, it's the things that Alex wants to explore and Alex wants to talk about. And I think that's why we all stick with it, right? Because we are following along with a sincere seeker with no other motivation other than the seeking. So once again, congratulations, many happy returns, happy birthday to one of the best podcasts out there, and long may it continue.
Of course, that's Gordon White from the brilliant blog/podcast Rune Soup. It's funny, Alex, because we're talking about the other guys that, like, if Gordon is very dry, and if the Grimerica folks is on the polar opposites, very loose, then I would put Greg Carlwood somewhere in between those two poles.
Yes.
Maybe you don't agree. Okay. Yeah.
No, it's fine. Yeah. It's so awesome hearing from these people. It's so nice of you to do this. It really is.
So what was your, Gordon, even, and I'm doing it now, guest hosting. How did he end up guest hosting? How did you connect?
Gordon just reached out, like you said, he had heard the show, and, it was some topics he was interested in, and yeah.
Did he have his famous blog then, or?
No.
Well, Gordon said.
No, let me correct that. He might have had, I don't think he had. I'm almost sure he didn't have Rune Soup, but he definitely didn't have a podcast or had done any interviews.
No, because he started when I started in 15.
And he got interested in it, and I was like, he was a little bit hesitant, and I said, hey, why don't you guest host Skeptico as kind of a way to kind of...
So he did that before he launched his own.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah, because, and I know he had his famous blog that people were following. People were big on blogs in the old days. Well, a little older days than now. Well, they still kind of are, but blogs were a big thing for a while, very hyped. Yeah. He had some success with his, and then he went full podcast. And I'm not to put words in his mouth, he spoke for himself, but he did mention the word inspiration, and I do think you've influenced a lot of people out there. When they started, all of the people we've heard from now started after you. I mean, most of the internet started after you. So,
well, Gordon,
yeah, you want to say something?
Gordon, as soon as you kind of dip into stuff, Gordon's brilliant, and his writing is phenomenal. Yeah. And I always thought his blog was fantastic, and I like his podcast too. But his writing is just really the Thin Red Line. I was really a bummer when he ended that little newsletter that he used to do, but still a lot of great stuff.
Yeah. The reason I wanted to play him now was that he is symbolic, I think, of Skeptico 4.0, because if in 3.0 you have realized the game is rigged, now you want to explore all these crazy things, you want to go behind the crazy line. That you do very well in 3.0. But in 4.0, it's becoming more existential. Now you know it's a conspiracy. Now you have to understand, why is the game rigged? Why is there... So you're becoming more philosophical, I perceive. Right. You're meeting me in this space, and Gordon, I think, is a good representative of that space. And let's just listen to your account of Skeptico 4.0, existentialism and philosophy, as I call it. You do it by asking 4 essential questions. Bear with us, folks. It's one of the last clips, but it's a long one. But it's an excellent one. It really nails everything down for your journey up to this point here when you read this 4 essential questions.
4 questions that are driving me right now in terms of what I'm thinking about with future shows. And as I've said all along about Skeptico, I've always viewed this as my personal journey shared with you, but that's holding something back because it's really a collective journey. Your input and your feedback really does make this an interactive process for me, but I'd like to hold on to the idea that this really is my personal journey and I decide where it goes. So if you'll allow me that little kind of egocentric kind of thing, I'm going to hold on to what I think are the 4 questions that are driving me forward in terms of Skeptico at this point. Question number 1, are we biological robots in a meaningless universe? As you know from listening to this show, that really isn't the question for me anymore. I mean, it really was my question initially a few years back. But now the question for me is, how can this still be propped up as a real question among what are supposed to be the intellectual elites of science? It's really a strange situation. And I think we have to continue to dive into that question head on, not just keep proving them wrong, baby, proving them wrong, but saying, how and why are they promoting such nonsense? So that's question number one. You ready for question number two? And it's an absolute huge one. Is there a reality? Is our normal, and I'm using air quotes there, psychological state to be this experience of fundamental discontentment? And actually, I don't even know how anyone can deny that. I mean, that's just everywhere. That's what our culture is. But the second part of the question is really the most significant, and that is there a way to change that? And let's marry that to the first half of the first question. The question I didn't ask, are we biological robots in a meaningless universe? So the answer is obviously no, we're not. So we have this condition, we're in this predicament. And then is this predicament that our mind has created this continual dialogue of fundamental dissatisfaction with the way things are? And is it possible to change that state, that consciousness? Is it possible to raise it? Of course, this is what so many spiritual teachers throughout time have been telling us is possible, that there is a way to transcend that state. And I'm holding back from any kind of talk about extended consciousness at this point, right? I'm trying to confine it to our reality, if you will. And all these terms you can shoot holes in them, as we all know. But these first two questions have to do with our reality. So again, question two is it possible to awaken out of that state of perpetual dissatisfaction, perpetual discontentment with that internal dialogue that's going on in our head? I think that's an important question. That's question two. So the next two questions that are driving the Skeptico mission at this point have to do with this extended consciousness thing that I always talk about. And again, the words don't exactly match up. Extended from what? I mean, what are we to make of this reality and the other reality? And why would we have this kind of dualistic, that's extended, this isn't, all those problems. But you get what I mean, right? So the third question is this transcending of time and space. So we understand at this point that there is this extended reality. There's an NDE reality, an OBE reality, an ET reality, a psychedelic DMT reality, if you want to stay with three-letter acronyms. What is our relationship between this reality and that reality? And more importantly, if that other reality, if one of its key characteristics is that it transcends space and time, then what does it tell us about this reality that is confined to space and time? And does it suggest, as I think it might, that this reality is a lesser reality, if you will? Lesser in the sense that it's further away from the ultimate reality. And again, don't pick on my words here because there's no words to talk about this stuff. But the basic concept is there seems to be a lot of evidence pointing us to the ultimate paradigm shift, that we really are looking at things from the wrong end of the telescope. We are in the unreal reality of time and space continuum where things have been locked down to work a particular way, so we get this particular experience. But anyone who's outside of that says, yeah, you guys are on this little tiny tip of this huge iceberg, and that's okay. You can get that experience, but don't get too attached to it because it's really such a small part of the overall thing. So that is, I think, the third question for me, is what is the relationship between this space-time reality that we occupy and we play this science game in and we play this Skeptico dialogue questioning game in? What is the relationship between that reality and some of these extended realities that we will never know, but we do get bits and pieces, fragments of information back from? So we do get information back from NDE science. We do get information back from ET contact. We do get information back from OBE. So I'm asking, what happens if we filter that information through one very narrow filter, and that is, what is the relationship between our reality and the larger reality? That'd be kind of the third question. And the fourth question is very much related to that. And the demonic part is going to rattle a lot of folks, I'm sure. But it is kind of interesting how this brings us back full circle in a way. So if the opening question was not, are we biological robots in a meaningless universe, but how does such a ridiculous meme remain intellectually viable? I think Gordon is kind of trying to answer that question and saying, hey man, that's the program. That's the demonic game. But I broaden it a little bit and say the question for me is, what is the role of deception in this process? And I, like all of us, am reluctant in some ways to go there because I'm not sure it's the right question, but we keep bumping into that reality, that Gnostic reality, that I will create better than the creator gods because the creator gods are really making a mess of things. So there's so many layers to that, because as appealing as that Gnostic sensibility is, it doesn't really give us any hope of transcending outside of this little street fight. Certainly not in the way that we talk about, for example, NDE experiences and the potential that maybe exists for something that truly does transcend that back alley brawl between the creator gods and those of us who want to create better than them. So bringing that back to the question is, what is the role of deception in all of this? Why is there deception? Why is there evil, as we've talked about many times on this show? And I think this question, as I'm stating it here, for me, gets to the deeper question of the nature of this evil. Because it's one thing to say that there's evil in the world, and that's an evildoer, as our ex-president from many years ago, George Bush, said. And again, I'm trying to bring it to more of a personal journey of who are we, why are we here? Why are we clearly being deceived at various points in this process? What is the purpose of that? Who does that serve? And why does that seem to be so much a part of the process and tricksters and all the rest of that, almost at every turn? So there's 4 questions for you. There are 4 questions for me, I should say, because as I said, those are the 4 questions that are on my mind and are, for the most part, driving my thoughts and ideas in terms of who I'm talking to right now and who I want to talk to. And it isn't always, of course, a perfect fit, because sometimes somebody pops up and I want to talk to them and they come on the show. But I do feel good sharing with you these ideas in these directions and what's on my mind along those lines.
You understand why I associate, you even mentioned Gordon there. So 4 essential questions representing Skeptico 4.0, because here, as we just heard, you're going full philosophy, full existentialism. You're really taking it to another level than before. And I'd say another example, I think, of that kind of, like I associate Gordon to that kind of level you're operating on now, but also your other friend, Aeon Bite. Miguel, of course. Yeah. I think...
Hello, yes, I agree. I'm a good fit for Skeptico 4.0. How's it going?
Welcome to the show, Miguel.
Oh, we really got Miguel on here?
No, it's a bot. I am a bot.
He just came for the cake.
Yeah, exactly. It's pre-recorded, but since I'm a precog, I'll guess I know everything you're going to say.
My friend, it is so awesome to have you here. This guy, Al, somebody has to do this for you and for everybody, really. It's been so great. It's, reconnecting with all these people, and it's super great. So, yeah.
Good deal.
Yeah, we were just at the point now that Miguel Connor from Aeon Byte Gnostic Radio just entered the chat, and we were just talking about how Skeptico has evolved to what we call 0.40. And I was just saying, I think Gordon White kind of represents that level of operation, but I think you do too, Miguel. And 0.40 is Alex is going much more deeper into existential and philosophical issues than I used to.
Well, see, you're talking to a guy who started from that standpoint. So, we're trying to bring Miguel back down to our world. He's out there fighting the archons, and
Yes.
we're just trying to meet in the middle, somewhere between this grounded, worldly pursuits of truth and this existential there is no truth kind of thing.
Yeah, the Hassan Sabah. Nothing is true, everything's possible. Everything's permitted, sorry. But yeah, that's where the fun is. I mean, obviously, I've always thought she was doing philosophical stuff. I know, same with Al. I really don't see a separation. I think we've always been sort of holistic in this view. I mean, I've done plenty of shows recently on simulation theory, brought some scientific people. So that's the beauty of being able to podcast once a week or so.
Yeah, but how did you discover Skeptiko, Miguel?
I started listening here and there, and people started offering, and then Alex invited me. I actually looked on the YouTubes, and it was 2015, and I must admit it, at first, I thought Skeptico was an atheist show. I thought it was so... It was only later, after appearing on a show, a few weeks later, I was like, oh man, this dude is not a new atheist. I like him even more. I liked him the first time I was on his show, but it was nice to see that it was far from it.
Yeah.
Coffee, what was it? Coffee, cigarettes, and gnosis.
Yeah, that's how it started. And then I don't know. I had a dream years ago, and I wrote a short story when I was like 20 years old, still Catholic, and it was Aeon Byte, and it was this sort of space adventure, and for some reason I decided to change the name. So, but that was a while ago. Yeah, in 2015 when I met you, it was already Aeon Byte.
Well, I remember you way back in the day of coffee, cigarettes, and gnosis, and you had that scruffy look.
When did you start, Miguel?
I started putting out podcasts probably 2006, but I mean, I was part of Free Thought Media, which really was a new atheist organization. But again, the enemy of my enemy is a friend, so they were very happy to have me on, and I just started putting out shows here and there. But again, it wasn't really until 2018 that I started going full time with it. Before it was just I was one of those periodical podcasters, a show here, find a guest there, and so forth. And so it's amazing how time flies, huh, guys?
Well, I don't know if it's amazing or not.
I don't know if it's a better world or not. I think the world went mad in 2016. That's when the trickster started. But it's been a lot of fun, even more fun.
Yeah, we were listening to a feature from the Grimerica guys, and they were talking about, it looked as if we were winning the battle prior to 16, at least in terms of the skeptical crowd, the new atheists. But then suddenly we realized, this was just a battle, it wasn't a war. Now we realize we're in the war.
Yeah, now the war has started. But I think we are winning. I mean, I think it's obvious. I remember even talking to Gordon around that time. Gordon was saying materialism is dead, and it is dead. I think the science proved it.
It was born dead, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I had new atheist friends, and around 2016, they were telling me, look, my friends at Mythicist Milwaukee, they were telling me, look, we've got to pivot because the Reason Rally isn't getting people. The sweet talking gigs are not there. Yeah, we've punched out Orthodox religions and the fundamentalists really well, but now we're dying. So we need to pivot to free speech issues and so forth. And obviously, guys, shysters like Sam Harris and those guys have moved on to other pastures. The thing is, 2016, suddenly everything became so politicized. Yeah. And that's the danger, because what's the saying? In an authoritarian society, everything is political. And that is nice that all three of us, we've pretty much avoided the politics. We've kept our eye on the ball and stayed out of the distractions that are out there instead of just going with the herd.
Well, I'd have to disagree with you, which I'm good at doing. On the materialism is dead. And I think that anyone who thinks materialism is dead just doesn't understand the extent to which these guys have bullets in their gun that they haven't even, not only haven't even fired, they haven't even loaded them in the gun yet. And I think what's happening now with the reemergence or the recycling, the rebooting, as they say in the movies, of climate and of the global warming scam is evidence of that. And I think what they've done with the full frontal assault on science, with the pandemic, is going to be cycled back around, and in a subtle way is going to re-energize the materialism debate by not even making it center stage. It's going to be completely off the stage. But you can't really get to any of these issues, any of these global issues, anything that has global in it. You can't get into the global pandemic or global warming or any of that stuff without materialism. Materialism hasn't been defeated.
Yeah, but look, I think you said this yourself, Alex, in an interview. I think it was you. You said that, yeah, we may have won the debate, the battle, but they're still controlling the institutions, like Wikipedia. They're still controlling that. They won't debate anyone anymore, especially not after you've exposed them. So,
well, you referenced the interview that I did with Mario Beauregard 10 years ago, and it's funny, Dr. Mario Beauregard from Montreal, and where he said he was optimistic 10 years ago. This is right directly to this point, that his talk on the intersection between spirituality, consciousness, and how that was a direct contradiction to materialism was gaining more traction. It was gaining acceptance within academia. Just interviewed the guy. What he's now said is that he realizes what a rigged game it was and what a false promise it was, that openness. And particularly, as it relates to maybe some of the more conspiratorial stuff that you and I have done and Miguel has touched on over the years, is he sees the connection with MK Ultra. And MK Ultra was deeply embedded within McGill in Quebec, and just in general, Quebec being, kind of a Vichy supporting in World War II, and direct, deep connections to MK Ultra programs. So to imagine and to romanticize about the idea that these guys have kind of given up on the materialism, that you're a biological robot, there is no divinity in you, so to even bother trying to access it, I just don't think they're anywhere close to that. I think they have a million different ways of spinning it. And I think Satanism is a perfect way of really spinning materialism in a way. If you listen to what, like, Mitch Horowitz, who I had on the show, and he's a defender of Michael Aquino, who is the verified, over and over again pedophile. And he, that is another new thought spin of materialism that gets him to kind of the same point, which is, don't worry about your divinity. It's more complicated than that. And let me slip in the transhumanism with it in a way. So that doesn't exactly sync up with exactly where Miguel is at, but it's why I've always loved and respected Miguel's work, is because he's deeply enmeshed in exploring these topics. So I just stole the mic there, Miguel. So please tell me what you think about that, because I'm always interested in what other people are thinking. So what's going on with you in that?
Yeah, and particularly, Miguel, tell us what you're thinking about the Michael Aquino thing. Alex is pretty decided on that.
Yeah, I think I'll probably lean in towards where Alex is on it. I haven't delved as deeply as he has, but the evidence seems pretty strong right there, and it doesn't, not looking good, but things definitely change. I mean, but I think at the same time, the biological robot, we do live in an era where Marianne Williamson actually ran for president and had some traction. We do live in a time when somebody like, Jordan Peterson can, regardless of what you think, can sell millions of books on a sort of latter-day Jungian kind of attitude. So I think things are going in, but yeah, I think the narrative or the hypnotizing magic has changed. I think it's gone from biological robot to you will own nothing and like it. You will eat bugs and live in a pod. So I think they're sort of taking it with the big brother will take care of you instead of you're really nothing, so just be debauched.
We live in a time where Sam Harris is meditating, and we're living in a time where Neil deGrasse Tyson is admitting to a paradigm, the simulation thing. Complete science fiction, not fiction, but complete, should I say, some of these new fad paradigms that the desperate materialists are clinging to now are actually much more wacko than some traditional stuff. The number of dimensions and really how the regular old stream materialist paradigm is breaking apart. But they don't realize themselves, I think, the philosophical depths of what they're adopting and flirting with now, because they've never been a very good philosophers anyway. But when you really examine it, we've managed, it's a completely different, so there has been movement. I'm not talking about winning and losing here, but change for sure.
But here's the point, and we're kind of getting off of the whole thing that we've been doing for the last 3 hours on this awesome thing that you've done for me, Al, which is so super. But maybe if people were to get a sense of what Skeptico's about, I can't let go of this, McGill. I can't let go of Mitch Horowitz, who's been on your show, who when I asked Mitch Horowitz if he's a Satanist, he said, yeah. And then I said, here in writing, you've said one of your inspirations is Michael Aquino. And he says, yeah. And then I said, yeah, but Michael Aquino has been outed as a pedophile at the Presidio and the Army report. Anyone can go and read these declassified documents where he sued the Army to not say he was a pedophile. And the Army said, nah, there's too much evidence. We have all this evidence. We have direct testimony of that shows that you lied and shows that you brought kids into your house and you and your wife.
Was he arrested?
Well, he was not. He was not. But the point is, he was. But is that the measure by which we're going to, evaluate these things? The truth would be hidden in exactly the way that it's hidden. I think it's significant that the Army was not willing to back down, and as a matter of fact, went out of the way to say that. And think of that. This is Colonel Michael Aquino, highly connected in many different ways with people that we've already talked about on this show. So what's going on with the Satanism and materialism connection? And materialism is just like you said, to say you will have nothing and you will be happy is exactly mirrors you're a biological robot in a meaningless universe. You are a biological robot. So the connection between that and Satanism, I say Satanism, when I use Satanism, I always have to add the caveat. I don't know what Satanism means. I don't believe in the Christian dogma and doctrine, which is the origins of that term, but I understand that, Mitch Horowitz is not standing on any kind of historically solid ground when he says that Michael Aquino is a tremendous influence. And then when I put the pedophilia stuff out there, he's like, no, that isn't true. That isn't true. No, the evidence is overwhelming that it's true. So I think the one thing that I guess that I've bumped into with you, Miguel, lately is I think the truth-telling part of this is on one hand very slippery because we all know that there is no ultimate truth. But on the other hand, I think we need to clean up our community, and we need to clean up the truther community in a number of ways. Yes. But part of it is, you're responsible for saying stuff that doesn't pan out. And I'm glad that I nailed Mitch Horowitz to the cross there.
Yeah, I like to think of, I always like to stay more as a historical person. I don't want us to get too much into having our own sort of cancel culture. I get annoyed when occultists try to cancel Aleister Crowley because, again, I like to read history. I like to see how these figures impacted the stream of the esoterica and the mainstream. People were making arguments about Muhammad having a 9-year-old daughter, every of these figures was definitely mixed. I love Carl Jung, had affairs with his wives, said some really stupid things about other figures. Philip K. Dick was pathological and a mess. So I try, I'm sorry, I don't feel we should even ignore these figures. They're part of a stream. They have their values. And the last thing I want to do is sort of cut them out like some sort of Stalin photograph. I mean, again, I can't judge Mitch because Aquino does nothing for me. I just see him as another historical figure. I'm not a fan of the Church of Satan because I think one thing, the biggest danger of them all is the nihilism. I think that's what New Atheism and Satanism, and even, you'd be careful, Zen Buddhism and others, they do bring a form of nihilism. And that's where the danger is, because not only are we biological robots, but then suddenly, if we're biological robots, then nothing matters. Then we can really be immoral or be manipulated to do immoral things to others and sort of live this debauched life when nothing matters. We can be. That's what the Marquis de Sade said. He was an atheist, and it said the only thing that matters in life is pleasure, and we can just do anything we want to each other, and it won't matter. To me, that's the biggest danger right there.
Well, I'm with you on that, and this is actually an interesting discussion for you doing the show, Al, because this is where I'm at right now. I'm with you philosophically. I'm with you in terms of the esoteric and the mystical understanding, which is impossible to, always needs to have all doors open.
Yes.
But we also have to acknowledge deception, and I think we have to call out deception when we see it. And this has been particularly brought into focus by the last 2 years. Shut up and wear the mask. Well, what's the science to support that idea? Take the jab. What's the science in terms of, and so when we have a total affront on science and we extend that to a total assault on truth and on history, I think we have to hold the ground there. So I'm all for all the cool things. Mitch Horowitz is a fascinating guy. He's incredibly articulate and well-spoken, and he's written some wonderful books. But he's not truthful about Aquino. He's not processing it. He's not processing it in a way that obviously conforms to the historical facts. And when somebody doesn't do that, then you have to question what is behind that. Why are they, we can all fumble and not be informed, and then we get informed and we get smarter and we say, oh gosh, I made such a mistake. Why is he not course correcting? And why do we see that again and again? That's all what the today's news is all about, right? Oh, let's move on to the next thing. We don't have to admit any mistakes we've made. That to me is a sure sign of the op. That is the op. So yeah, no, we have to call these people on truth telling. They do have to find the truth, and they do have to tell the truth, or we should be suspicious of their motives. What do you think, Miguel?
Yeah, I have faith in Mitch. He's a good guy, and he's a good friend. I remember there was a time, I think it was 2015, 16. Yeah, that time when the cancel culture and the divide and conquer propaganda was being ramped up, and people were going after Ayn Rand really big time. They were just kind of not trumping up. They were bringing historical facts, but without context, on some clickable articles on the internet. And I remember Mitch writing even though Mitch is like very left leaning, he openly admits he loves Karl Marx, but he wrote this very sober, wonderful, long article about Ayn Rand. And he said, these are her good parts, which I admire. These are the parts I do not admire. But let's look at the whole package and let's see Ayn Rand for it is. She's not the existential threat to a civilization that leftists would like to see, but she's also not the savior that a lot of libertarians and so forth would like to. And he did the same with what's his name, James Randi, who's the
right,
yeah, the big time atheist when he passed away. Except he got raked over the coals by the atheist community, and he stood up for his conviction, and he said, no, this is what I did. This is the good parts, the bad parts, the questionable parts, and everything else. So I think I'm sure Mitch will come around, and of course he talks a lot about many of his heroes that he's had. So I think we'll just see where this goes. But yeah, I agree.
It's not going anywhere. All this information has been out for years. And the guy is a Satanist. So, whatever that means to be publicly a Satanist and to publicly defend Aquino, again, this is where we differ a little bit. It's awesome. I still love you. I still love all your work. But I think the litmus test thing, as uncomfortable as people are with that idea, yeah, I think there are litmus tests out there. I mean, if you don't understand that 9/11 was an inside job, I mean, that's a litmus test. Your worldview is somewhat limited, or you're trying to deceive. In the case of Mitch Horowitz, he knows better about Aquino. He just wants to mislead people that this well-known Satanist, Michael Aquino, was not who he said he was. And that's the only...
It's not the Satanism part that gets you, right? I think it's the pedophilia part.
Yeah.
It's the Satanism part, because the do what thou wilt, as you correctly pointed out, I think that is the abomination on spirit, on divinity, on light, on the light that is really what matters, is the whatever Satanism is, again, and it can only be defined by a totally corrupt Christian understanding of it. So it's corrupt. It is a meaningless term from the beginning. But the only way to understand it is to understand it as deception, as darkness, as whatever those other, we all know the tools in the playbook, do what thou wilt, all those things. But it's darkness. It's to bring you away from the light. And to me, that's what Michael Aquino represents. His whole life represents that. And he's a sad, pathetic figure. I mean, he's not like a scary guy. He's passed, but his whole history is pathetic, and his whole family is pathetic. I mean, it's a very, very sad kind of thing. But we have to call darkness when we see darkness, and we have to call light. And we can be wrong sometimes, but I think we have to make those distinctions. Those are the most important distinctions. There is light, there is darkness.
Yeah, look, first off, I haven't looked into the Aquino guy, so all I have to go by is what you've said, Alex, and your guest, what's his name, Mitch?
Yes.
Mitch Horowitz, is that the name?
Correct.
Yeah. So, and he is, yeah, I agree. I got a very good impression of him. He seemed very nuanced.
Right.
And nuance is what we need here, like Miguel points out. But he sounded like he was sincerely disagreeing with you. And I think, you say he was lying, but remember when you say that, you're actually implying that someone is saying the opposite of what they know or what they really believe. And of course that happens a lot. But when you're saying we have to call out our own, I agree with you, but not in the way you seem to mean now, because you seem to be on some kind of moral crusade. It's impossible to get everyone on board on that anyway. I believe we have to, independent media have to call out themselves and each other for these reasons. Number one, we cannot leave it to the debunkers and the mainstream, and you see how they're treating Rogan and everything. They have agenda. Their entire starting point is a lie and manipulation. But if we do it with ourselves, people will recognize it's a truth purification process. The independent media is trying to get to the bottom of whatever we are talking about. And a part of that must be to afford to disagree and to call each other out, and notwithstanding also bashing obvious ops, like for example flat earth. Because otherwise, the muggles, they are being presented the mainstream public overtone window, which is completely bullshit, going nowhere, materialism, own nothing and love it. And then, as a scary kind of, come to the public overtone window, because look at what's going on over there. And then they put up the boogeymans. That's how they started with Alex Jones, right? Who is easy. You can take anything out of context, some rant he has, and everyone will run to the mainstream. But if you sit down with Alex Jones, you first sedate him, then you ask him to bring all his sources, then you say, we have 5 hours, Alex, now explain why frogs are gay. Then he won't come off like a madman. But I'm saying, let us do it, and not leave it to them. Because then people will see that's part of the success of Skeptiko, like we talked about in the beginning, that unlike all the other people who went to the battle like gladiators, I'm fighting for my tribe. You were going in there with a truth agenda. And that was recognized by many, and that also was scared away many, including the skeptics, because they're not used to talking with someone who is actually sincere. Yeah, let's look at the data. Okay, let's see what this means. You understand what I mean?
I disagree.
Yeah, but did you understand it, my point?
Well, of course, I understand it. But
so what did you disagree with? Let's hear.
Is that the subtlety that we're talking about right now is what's most important to me right now, because I don't think this is this kind of discernment that you're looking for is impossible to achieve. I think that the pandemic has forced us to sort through this stuff on a scale of 10 from what we used to be. So we'll go back to Michael Aquino, and I can send you both if you want the excellent website where the guy has broken down all the Michael Aquino was personally identified. Him and his wife were identified by 60 witnesses, children, in the Presidio Child Care Center in San Francisco. The evidence was so strong that they were able to get a search warrant for his house. When they got it into his house, they found exactly what the kids said. Walls all painted black and red, an altar out of bones, and they found pornographic films and videos. And you asked a great question, Al, was he ever convicted? No, he wasn't. Why wasn't he convicted? Maybe because he was a colonel in the Army with connections of how this pedophilia and Satanism had infiltrated in so many ways.
Yeah.
It is not believable to me that Mitch Horowitz, as intelligent as he is not aware of this evidence. That is not that I'm willing to accept that maybe that's true, but I would say that the burden of proof would be strongly on anyone who ain't as intelligent as him, has as well read as him, who doesn't have that information. So that's where I kind of draw the line with both you and Miguel, where you go, oh, he's a good guy.
No.
He sounded like he was.
Yeah, but old Skeptico would have him back on. First send him the evidence after the first show, and then have him back on to confront him.
Oh, gladly. I've offered to have him back on. He'll never come back on. That's all these people. They never come back on. Of course not. Are you kidding?
No, I read your first book. I know you had people come back on after a disagreement.
Who came back on?
I'd have to read Why Science is Wrong About Everything. There's a few that you do mention in your first book.
You
had printed out the emails, we had a disagreement, let's do this again. So there's a couple of people who did come back on Skeptiko.
Yeah.
Well, that was back in the day when it was about like research papers in parapsychology and a narrow thing.
Right.
The culture issues and the deeper esoteric issues and really the spiritual issues and these issues of evil and darkness versus light. My experience is, no, those people do not. Mitch Horowitz is welcome at any time to come on and talk about the specifics of the Colonel Michael Aquino case. Colonel is really the most important figure. Definitely deep connections to MK Ultra, deep connections to all sorts of mind control experiments. That should really be the focus, not his Satanism and his pedophilia. It's that this was kind of, and still is, we must assume, a significant part of whatever it takes kind of military mentality, or we don't even know how far that reaches. But yeah,
I can believe that, because did you see the recent CIA revelations that a bunch of people in CIA were pedophiles and criminals, and they weren't even charged? The worst thing that happened was that they lost their jobs. I think one of them lost their jobs. Well, they did go to court with one CIA employee, but that was because he had mishandled sensitive classified information. That's why they went after him. So all the others.
But Al, we have to stop saying, this is my opinion, I'm calling Miguel out here too on this he came out to do a nice wish me well kind of thing. You know what? No, just because he's a nice guy, and just because he wrote a nice piece on Ayn Rand, doesn't mean that he's telling the truth here, and he has to tell the truth all the time, 100% of the time. That is our obligation. And if we're not telling the truth 100% of the time, then we must have a different agenda. The agenda is to intentionally deceive or mislead. That's kind of simple.
Yeah, I mean, tell the truth. I mean, you can tell the untrue without intention. But I'll give the comment to Miguel.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I just came to say happy anniversary, man. No.
Okay. You got sucked in.
Yeah. Why do we get into Michael Aquino? I don't know what else to say. I mean, okay, again, I feel one thing that has to be said is we also have to talk about definitions. What is Satanism? What are we looking for? How deep it is? Because Alex, you're saying the important thing is the MK Ultra, but to me, the important thing is the pedophilia. And that's what needs to be brought into, or we need to define these terms. What are you looking for? Because the Temple of Set, I know people in it. They're good people. It's a Neoplatonic organization. It doesn't even focus on Satanism. And again, we go round and round. What is Satanism? There's different strains of Satanism. Throughout history, there have been different strains of Satanism, from the I love the Prince of Darkness, I want to kill, to the more Luciferian. And of course, the Church of Satan today is simply a humanistic. I don't like their agenda. I think they do more damage than good. But they do claim to be a humanist agenda that simply sees Satan as the symbol of rebellion against the establishment.
I get all that. It gets down to a matter of if you accept the idea that there is a darkness, there is a dark force, there is a dark energy, and some people, for various reasons, are drawn to that. Do you accept that idea, or do you not accept the idea of a light and a dark?
Of course. I mean, we've had conversations. I mean, all of us cast a shadow. All of us have the potential darkness within us that could go off at any minute.
Right. So when we're drawn to the dark, that's not good, to keep things really simple. And when we see people who have a life that is basically enmeshed in and has fallen victim to the darkness over and over again, these are not people we want to prop up and say that that's the right thing. We feel sorry for him. Like you feel sorry for Michael Aquino. He's a pathetic person. But
Alex, I mean, here's an example, for example. I loved, when I was younger, individuals like Jim Morrison or Frank Zappa. I thought they were great. They inspired me. So some of their music and poetry saved my life. And I guess you can make an argument, maybe took me down drugs, but whatever it is, very impactful people on my life and other people. So now I read, of course, you get older, you find out these motherfuckers were part of military, MK Ultra. They were part of the machine to hypnotize humanity. But you know what? I still like their music. I still like their message. I still have a place in my heart for them, even if I'm like, you sons of bitches were part of you were part of the darkness. So it's pretty complicated that way. I mean, I'm sure you've got examples yourself.
You know what? Well, I do in that way, but Miguel, it really isn't that complicated because you're telling the truth. You're not saying that I'm such a fan of Jim Morrison that I can't accept that his father had these deep military intelligence connections.
Yeah, and Frank,
you're telling the truth. That's all I want is the truth.
But like I said earlier today, truth isn't high in stock despite the party speeches, but it is the driving force of your show. And our little sideshow here illustrates Skeptico 4.0 because you've gone full esoteric. That's my point for Skeptico 4.0, or the direction you're heading anyway, which is why I kind of like the association with Miguel and Gordon. Look, I have one more clip to play.
Well, we have to let Miguel go, because if you want to talk about being sandbagged and ambushed, this is it. This is an example of it. You invite somebody on for one reason and then you totally turn it around.
Yeah, but that wasn't planned. I mean, neither of us.
I know. I'm just kidding, because I so love and respect Miguel, and I grilled him pretty hard there on Mitch Horowitz, but I won't stop. stand by whatever, all the things I said.
But he doesn't have to go. He can stay for a while. We just have one more clip.
Well, we should give him the opportunity to go.
Right,
He's
right.
been very generous with his time.
No, I'm good. I want to listen to this clip.
Cool.
No, it's all
Okay.
good. It's all good. I mean, as Jim Morrison said, no one here gets out alive, so we might as well enjoy each other's company because it ain't going to last.
Exactly.
You know, and the other interesting thing about Jim Morrison, what does it mean to be the son of that? How much was it really within his, it's very complicated. The same thing is true with Aquino. His background and his parents, horrific. So he is a victim as well as a perpetrator.
Yeah. I mean, these again, monsters are created. Nobody wakes up one day saying, I want to cause untold damage to humanity and rob people of their dignity and destroy civilizations. These things are, I mean, you've done plenty of shows on that, Alex, the satanic cults. I mean, the elite have to blackmail, rape, abuse each other to keep each other trained and honest, honor amongst thieves. So, yeah, you have to feel compassion for individuals like Jim Morrison and other of the tools of this wickedness in high places.
Look, I worked in psychiatry, and one of the first things I learned when working with abused children was that 3 or 4 abusers were abused. So yeah, it's maybe what the Christians call the heritage sin. Is that the English word for it? The bad vibes going generation by generation.
Sins of the father. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. We directly translated from Norwegian as heritage sin. But before we play the last clip and comment upon that, it's kind of connected actually. But we were talking about calling others out. You didn't comment upon that, Alex. You just wanted us to agree that this chap is Satanist. But don't you agree really that we need to keep each other honest in the independent media, and that we need to create a climate where it's okay? Because remember, the cancel culture and the politicization, the bullshit left-right narrative when it's all about bottom-top. Remember all that stuff, and also I'm too sensitive to hear what you're saying. All that is artificially created from those who set the agenda. If you want to look at what happens when nobody tries to intervene, then look at internet from its inception until 2015. It was, like I've said before, it was an anarchic state, and it worked, and everything we know came from that, right? And so free speech, freedom, also means that it's okay to disagree. So what do you guys think about that we should clean up our own area on our premises?
Well, I just think we just have to be committed to the truth and telling the truth and not worrying about, he's such a good guy, I'm friends with him. There's a bunch of people that I've had over the time in the relationships that they don't always work out because I'm pretty vocal about saying, this is the truth I've discovered. If this upsets you, or if this means we can't be friends anymore, I'm sorry, but I have to pursue the truth. I can't pull up because we're friends.
Yeah, but that goes together with making it okay to disagree. I think we need to teach people that that's okay too, because when people are not identified with illusions like their emotions or their thoughts, then
I just think a lot of this shit about cancel culture is obviously bullshit. It isn't that hard. The discernment in this way is not that hard. It's you get that you got to let other people say stuff. And you also get, if people say really, really stupid stuff, you're not obligated to sit there and be subjected to it. Well, I think we have a real good sense, a much better sense of where that line is drawn than what we pretend when we hear about, because cancel culture is just that they're just banning people. They're just censoring people completely. So we get it. Let Miguel in there.
Yeah, but he muted himself.
Now you're unmuted now. Well, I mean, cancel culture, I think, is also about thought control, herd mentality, divide and conquer. It's
totally.
It's a lot more complicated than that. I don't know about policing each other. I think the truth is there. I mean, all three of us have our podcasts, and these are our homes. This is our voice. This is where we get to say what we want to say and explore things that we want to explore. And our views are always going to be changing. As Marcus Aurelius said, two things in life to live by: let reason guide you and change your mind. So we are going to evolve in these things. I mean, but there are many prodigal sons out there. Look at bringing in Jordan Peterson. He bought into everything. He made his choice, and he got, twice vaxxed, lockdowns. He went with everything, and he went as far as he could with it, and finally said, okay, this is it. I was lost in the wilderness. Now I'm done, and I'm putting my foot on the sand. So sometimes there are going to be prodigal sons out there, just like I've been a prodigal son before. But as far as policing each other, I don't know. I mean, again, we really need to get down with definitions of what things are and everything else. I know Alex obviously has been exploring it with the idea of evil, and that's a topic that's complicated in itself that could take years to untangle. So yeah, that's really, that's all I got on this topic, really.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, let's move on then, and I'll play a new clip. This is a mesh of 3 different statements. I'll call a clip on giving voice, discovering other shows, experimenting with joint projects.
Which is the other impetus of the show that really remained sound and true to this day, is that there's a lot of really important thinkers out there who don't get airtime. I think that's really probably less true now than when I started, because there's been a growth on the internet of shows like mine or shows in this general topic area that now cover these topics more thoroughly, which is fantastic. I think that's great. I'd love to be obsolete at some point. Well, one of the things that's interesting about the medium of podcasting is that these things live forever in time. And it's one of the real fun things for me is getting emails from folks who say, hey, I just discovered the show on episode 140, and I've decided to go back and listen from the beginning. I think, wow, that's so great. I mean, I've done that so many times in exploring something and getting interested in it, and then finding that there's this library that I can go back and listen to. The project was supposed to be a much grander project where I would bring you some of the ideas from some of the podcasters I most admire and I think are really changing our understanding of truth and reality. I have some in various stages of development, so if people really, really like it, I'll try and push forward with that, but I basically abandoned that project because it just didn't have any legs to it.
So here, first you talk about giving voice, but now there's so many others, so I wouldn't mind getting obsolete. Well, that statement could just be made before the censor time, because now we're back to scratch. Now people are being cancelled left and right. So now we really need a few shows that still doesn't self-censor like that. Then you talk about discovering other shows, the back catalog. Of course, I recognize that from when I discovered Skeptiko, and I suspect you did the same when you discovered my show, Alex. And maybe Miguel did the same. And then you talk about projects, and that's interesting because that's a callback to what we talked about earlier, Alex, that you've been trying, you've been doing experiments, you've experimented with the format, you moved on in terms of subjects, you turned it into books, and you even have tried to move and experiment with other mediums. And I guess that's a phase you're not completely done with yet. So,
well, it's funny.
Yep.
It's funny because we're talking to a guy right here, Miguel Connor.
Exactly. Who was involved in that. I know.
Exactly. Because I had this idea to really bring just these incredibly gifted and deeply thinking people like Miguel, who I hope you can see. One of the things I love is that I don't exactly sync up with Miguel on everything, but I fundamentally sync up with Miguel on the most important, heartfelt, spirit-felt kind of things. And I was so moved to that, we tried to do this thing, Truth Bump, and I hired a guy, supposed to be a really good guy, go out and film Miguel back when he lived in Chicago, and I hired another guy in Russia who was very talented and did some graphics and stuff like that. And it ate my lunch. I mean, it realized just how hard it was to put something like that together that, you know, and the one that I did and I published with Miguel on YouTube, I thought it was really good. And I thought it showed, it's just Miguel, but yeah, I think, what did you think of that video?
I think it came out really well. I enjoyed it. So the graphics, the tone, the music.
But I don't know that it accomplished what we wanted it to accomplish. Do you think it was a springboard for people to get into Aeon Byte, or do you think we need those kind of things, or now it's just, there's so much. I just think people have to find it organically.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the advantage is that we can experiment all we want. Why? This is the golden age of podcasting. Podcasting is talk about moving culture and giving people choices and everything. So we can play along, we can fail, we can tweak, but it's beyond the algorithm. This is truly a stream of the collective unconscious. In our lifetimes, we really thought Google was God, the closest thing to the demiurge, the supreme being of our culture. Last year is the first year where Google is no longer the number one site. It's actually TikTok. Video is killing the search engine star. I mean, imagine people have probably never thought they would live in this world, because Google it's God, it's ubiquitous. It's what we use every day. And now it's fallen. And people and experts are saying it's not just, video and TikTok and but it's podcasting. That's where people are going more than Wikipedia, more than other places. And people can discern. They can listen to this podcast and that podcast. And people email me, I wanted to learn about this subject and that subject. So it's a good time. And so with Truth Bomb, again, we can experiment. We can go to video. We can do more YouTube. We can try this, that. It's all, our voice will continue. And you've got to take those risks here and there and learn from them. That's for sure.
Yeah, but Miguel, you know why this is the golden age of podcast, right? And the answer to that is also the same answer to what will happen next. The reason obviously is that it's the last area not being controlled and censored, which is why if you paid attention,
it's just an RSS feed. It's out there. You stream it. Yeah. Everybody gets it. No gatekeepers, really.
On TikTok, you mean?
No, for podcasting.
Yeah, but haven't you
still a very free.
It's still free, but haven't you noticed the campaign that's ramping up, not just against Rogan? Mainstream is calling.
Yes, they started. Yeah.
Yes, and the reason is that YouTube used to be like, remember guys, I started at YouTube, and YouTube was a Klondike back in the day.
It was the Wild West. It was amazing.
It was, and it was even better than podcasting because we were being paid instead of paying. Now they're going to crack down on podcasts. If they're going to succeed with the Great Reset or whatever you want to call it, they can't have this huge space out there that's not controlled by algorithm and censorship and all that stuff. So it's coming, guys. It's coming. But we better enjoy it while we can, because yes, it's still the last free space.
Well, that's why it's better to adapt. I mean, go to places like Rockfin, Odyssey. I mean,
yeah.
And like you said, they have to take down
Rumble.
Yeah, they have to take Rogan down first. That's it. And right now, he's got Teflon.
Yeah. Alex?
No, I don't. Who knows?
Censorship. This is important, man.
Yes, and he went quiet.
Well,
but
go ahead.
No, you want to say something? Talk.
No, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's a constantly evolving thing. I think what the guys are with podcasting 2.0 are trying to do is tremendous, and it's an attempt to kind of circumvent what we know is coming. So yeah, it's a very tech conversation if you want to get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the same thing of controlling the narrative and all that, and it's gotten away from the elite or the establishment. So that's why, and they're trying, but right now they don't they don't have a good plan because, again, it's an RSS feed and it goes through Apple. It goes through all these other places. Yes, I know Apple is more centralized, but Apple has been very good of just letting all this information fly out. If there's any place I've gotten strikes before, it's all on YouTube. Only on YouTube have I had my videos taken down. And YouTube is turning into a disaster.
Yeah, after Google purchased it. But of course, it's a rigged game because those who own the big platforms is the same who owns those who advertise on those platforms and are the same who owns the mainstream media. So it's the same owners, and of course they panicked when they realized that everyone is turning away from one part of their industry, namely television and newspapers, onto YouTube, especially YouTube. So they purchased YouTube because otherwise they would be paying us for ruining their mainstream media. They are paying, it's their products, their advertisement products, and then paying us with advertisement on their platform. So it was a suicidal model for them in their kind of paradigm where they want total control, right? So yeah, we've been flushed out. And podcast is the last bastion, precisely as Miguel says. It's much harder to control, but I'm sure they're going to find a way.
Let them try.
Yeah.
Well, it's like what blogging was 10, 15 years ago. Everybody had a blog. There was a lot of controversial blogs. People went to the comment sections to fight and all that. And then it sort of has mutated more, instead of video, has mutated more into the podcasting format. And that's really exploded because of it's hard to control, and people really are thirsty for finding information and trying to understand what's going out there, or finding voices out there they can relate to. I mean, podcasting is so extensive, from cooking to short story interpretations. I mean, everything you want, you really have it at a fingertip, but with a very human expression or feel. These are real people who are behind the microphone, who you can connect in a way you couldn't with other aspects of the internet.
Exactly. That's one of the things Joe Rogan and Alex has in common, that everybody who tunes into those podcasts immediately recognize that this is a guy on a truth quest. It's a sincere fellow who is not driven by the ego, on a truth quest. And that's the key to success. I guess, Alex, the difference between you is that Rogan is content with staying down at the foot of the mountain. This is a callback to a metaphor we used earlier, so you're forgiven if you don't get this, Miguel. But Rogan is running around the mountain while you are insisting on going to the mountaintop.
Yeah, I'm very reluctant to comment, because Joe Rogan is in such a different class than the tiny little shows that we do. And it's just a whole different dynamic. And
the only difference is the number of people tuning in. What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. I just think everyone wants I don't know. We don't even know where that whole thing is going to go. And I don't know if he's good or bad or anything. You got to say great. What he's accomplished has clearly been overall good.
Yeah, I don't listen to him much, I'll be honest. So, I mean, I'm just like any Joe. I look at the guests first. I go, okay, the guests. If I'm interested, I'm interested. That's the beauty of it. Same with any other podcaster. What's the guest? What I think their chemistry will be like, and then make my decision. So, but he does. It's amazing because he does put out a lot of content. He's always done, 3 to 4 podcasts a week, 3 hours. I don't know how that takes quite a bit of constitution, plus the research you have to do on the side. Each one of us probably spends quite a bit of hours on one single guest, one single week. Yeah. And that's a lot of work. And he's just, consistent, long. And again, he asks questions, but he shows his humanity. He says, well, I did this, and it reminds me of this, and so forth.
He can be corrected on air without letting his ego freak out. Like the guest said, he's a big boy. So Yeah, there are parallels there. I have one more question, topical question, and then we'll wind down. It has to do with UFOs. It's weird, Alex. I'm not sure if you, Miguel, have you covered UFOs?
Yes, definitely. I have covered UFOs.
Yeah,
Probably one out of every 30 shows or 20 shows.
Right, in connection with Gnosticism, right?
Yeah. I mean, because Gnosticism is like some have said the original star or UFO cult.
Yeah. Well, me and Alex, like you, we're not a UFO show, but we've touched it. But maybe I'm wrong, Alex, but it's funny because, like I said, I think you're heading in the esoteric direction. That's always where people end up. That's the top of the mountain, if you like. And you would expect then, with the consciousness approach, that I would have on, let's say, Graham Hancock for that take on the UFO approach, right? But no, instead my main focus has been on the human space programs, the classified space programs, the human-made flying saucers, if you like. And Alex, we would expect the same, that you too would have that perspective, but you've had the ET alien kind of perspective, which is kind of weird because both of us are so rooted in I mean, it goes without saying that would be the first model to explore, right? The paradigm, dimensional consciousness thing. Comment to that?
Oh, man. I mean, we could do 2 hours on that. I think that here's my take. And I have an interview coming up with just a fantastic person. His name is Robert Hastings, if you've heard of him, but he's the UFO and nukes guy. He's been doing the work for 40 years. And then he just came out a couple of years ago and acknowledged that he was an abductee and that he's had contact for his whole life. And his mother even he suspects has contact from the stories he told. He was reluctant to come out and say that because of the reaction he would get from the nuts and bolts part of the UFO community, which you're kind of alluding to there. But there's an interesting juxtaposition there because his UFO and nukes information, his research, is some of the most compelling research for the reality of the nuts and bolts reality of craft that fly over nuclear bases and disarm missiles. And that we don't know how they're doing it, but we have multiple observers, both above ground and below ground, and they disable all the missiles, which is obviously sending some kind of message about what they think about our technology and the what we're so proud of. And then lo and behold, the Iron Curtain comes down, the Soviets come down, and we find in their secret UFO files that they had the same experience, only there the UFOs turned on the missiles.
Yeah, in Ukraine. Yeah.
And they said, what are you going to do? In 10 minutes, countdown, you're going to destroy the Earth. And then the UFOs shut off the missiles. So anyone who wants to kind of pull the UFO thing into the consciousness realm, which you have to, because there's a consciousness element to it. There's telepathy there. There's precognition there. There's all these other things there. You have to start by saying whatever this reality is, whatever this consensus reality is, they are definitely a part of that.
Could be space Nazis.
Don't say that.
Hey, that's my
or
angle.
The famous Nordics.
Yeah, the space Nazis are joined forces with the Archons.
Yeah, exactly. Watch out. Yeah, the UFO thing is a labyrinth. It's such a labyrinth. It's its own labyrinth itself. It's like, whew.
It is indeed.
I hate that. It's like everything is a labyrinth. But we can nudge closer to the truth. That's my final shot. My final parting shot is
But see, I don't think so. I mean, I think on a cursory look, anybody, and again, we're talking about honesty and truth, Alex, you can take an hour or two, and at the very least, you'll come by and say, you know what? The official narrative of 9/11 is bullshit. Same with Kennedy. Just 2 hours. Okay, I'll give you 5 hours. That's it. And it's so obvious. Now, with the nuts and bolts of 9/11, who's behind it and all that might take, but it doesn't take. Now, with UFOs, there's like a million ways we could go into it and see it. I mean, I think we're talking about different realms here.
That's exactly to my point. How how in your estimation is it different? I just gave you an example of just the kind of 9/11-ish or JFK-ish data. Robert Hastings interviewed over 100 high-ranking, many of them high-ranking, but credible military personnel who saw the UFOs in the nukes. So why is that not at the same?
This could be a breakaway civilization. This could be the Nordics. It could be, again, laugh about the space Nazis. It could be
antediluvian.
It could be aliens from a certain planet. See what I'm saying? There's a million threads you can pull on.
No, I don't, because I think you're applying a completely different standard. I mean, you could apply that same standard of something completely outside of our consensus reality to 9/11, right?
We could go down there. Yeah, I guess we could go down that rabbit hole, but yeah. It could have been a mystical ritual. Sometimes that's what I lean towards, some sort of mass satanic ritual. But that ties in with the government, though.
Yeah, but I think there's a built-in bias that we've accepted to question the UFO and the alien contact in a way that doesn't conform to the same standards in terms of evidence and acceptance of it that we do in these other fields within this kind of truther community that we are okay with. So we're okay with saying, okay, I got the basic narrative on 9/11. It was an inside job. We seem less okay with saying, I got the story on UFOs. There are spacecraft that come here that travel at that defy our laws of physics. We don't know where they're coming from exactly. We don't know who's behind them exactly, but that is a reality in our consensus reality, in the same way that the videos we saw in Building 7 and the big hole they have there in New York is a consensus reality that we accept.
So do you think that it's possible to uncover the truth of anything?
Well, we need evidence of these spacecraft. We need a spacecraft here that we can look at, and Roswell, obviously.
Yeah, but that necessarily doesn't explain UFOs. It may explain a little part of the phenomenon, but Graham Hancock will throw a book at your head, which it doesn't explain.
Well, Jacques Vallée is the one.
If you know what I mean. Yeah, Jacques Vallée too.
Jacques Vallée is the person that. Yeah, but what people forget is that Jacques Vallée walks around with a piece of alien spacecraft in his pocket, and he's analyzed it with the most powerful...
Because he's not dualistic. He's not either or.
He's got full-blown Gnostic, too.
But the point is, when people want to go the full consciousness blob thing for UFOs, it's just enough. To me, it just looks so much like another block, I can't go there. I can't cross that crazy line kind of thing. Again, I just point to the UFO and nukes thing. The concrete evidence is overwhelming. In any other's case, we just say, okay, that's a reality. We don't understand the details of it, but it is a reality that they have come and visited these sites.
But remember what UFOs are. UFOs are just a generic...
Oh, my God.
No, it's just a term for everything we don't know.
I have seen UFOs. These things were space. They were from space. It was wild. And even Jacques Vallée, again, going full-blown Gnostic, and he does say always ignore their ontological reality at your own peril. Yeah. In other words, he's warning people you will go insane if you go, they are real and they are tangible, but that's about it. But the rest is really up to us.
It's much easier to know what isn't true when it comes to these things. Like we know the official narrative of JFK or 9/11 is not true, okay? But after that, Alex, you can't say it's a clean thing. Everybody agrees. I just had Joseph Farrell on 9/11, and he's introducing a third layer beyond the inside job thing, which also Webster Tarpley do. So people know, of course we don't do, because we don't know. We know what's not real. The sedation they're offering us, that's bullshit. But then the hard work of finding out what is real. And in that area, yes, it's very legitimate to explore all the certain aspects. But I don't think it's going to be as simple as, what you did in the beginning of Skeptiko, namely immediately revealing exposing the skeptics and their agenda and the way they manipulate data, etc. Yes, we can do that in terms of finding out what's not true. You did that with the skeptics, so yeah, that part of reality they try to sell us is bullshit. But then finding out what is true, you're still on that quest. You still, even though you explore near-death experience, you explore parapsychology, you know consciousness is key, but is that a closed chapter? Have you figured it out? No, of course not. And I think the same, we are doomed for the same when it comes to UFOs.
Okay.
Yeah, as they say, too, also, as experts or scholars say, the best argument's the best argument. Let's say Farrell comes with the best argument for 9/11, and this is like, oh my God, Al's like, this is it. That does not invalidate the second best argument or the third best argument or the fourth. Those arguments still exist and have to be held up until more data comes and So these arguments, there's nothing wrong with 4 or 5 strong arguments or even two strong arguments and 2 weak ones. They're all part of they matter. They all matter.
Yeah, let me say, Miguel, that, that I realized something I forgot to tell my guest yesterday, Mark Gober. We were discussing, the show's going to be called The Case for Liberty. But I forgot to say something that you reminded me of now, and that's the incredible important ability to suspend judgment. It's completely lacking today, especially in America, but the whole culture is sick. People don't care about truth. They want to be right, whether they're wrong, even if they're wrong, right? But you don't have to make a verdict of everything. You can, if I don't know, I put it on the shelf and I'm either open to it or I wait until I get more data, like you said. That's the best approach. It's not the same as agnosticism, because that's agnosticism. If you're agnostic, then you're a chicken. You don't want to relay. You don't want to take any stand. Here we're taking stands where we can take a stand based on experience and data, but some fields are just so huge. Some fields are maybe too huge for a human being to really decode. But we don't have to make up our minds about everything all the time. We can wait and see while we continue to explore it, if you see what I mean. Okay, maybe it's self-evident in this company, but if you look out there, nobody almost is practicing that.
Not in this country. It's like you said, it's either or, and you have to circle your wagons around an issue and reject everything else instead of, again, look at all the arguments and see where they go. I mean, like Tartaria. My gut tells me the Tartaria argument is bunk, but I'm slowly gathering data. I'm eventually going to interview somebody on it, and I'm open-minded. Who knows?
Okay, no comment from you, Alex. Then I think we're going to wind down this thing. We've been on a journey now, the Skeptico journey, and this last segment with Miguel was perfect because it illustrates where Skeptico is today. We're on overtime, but just my last question, and then let's say goodnight. Where do you think today, Alex, that Skeptico is going?
I do think that this conversation and my grilling of Miguel and also, it wasn't just the grilling of Miguel, it was the space that Miguel held during that. Man, that to me is the conversation that needs to happen, where someone can hear and respond and move towards truth, because it's always about truth.
Right.
Grilling? God, you should marry somebody Hispanic. You don't know grilling.
Yeah, he's spoiled. He married a therapist, goddammit.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, guys, it's been fun. Thank you for doing this. It was super fun, and I hope it was entertaining for people and enlightening, notwithstanding. After this, you should definitely have a pretty clear case of what Skeptico is.
I had fun. It was a blast.
Al, you're the best. Thank you so much for doing this.
Okay, it's officially over, guys. Goodbye.
I got to run to the bathroom, and then I got an appointment I'm already late to.
All right.
But
all right.
Thanks again. And Miguel, thank you so much for jumping in here.
Oh, anytime, guys. It was a lot of fun. We'll talk soon.
Okay, later, guys.
See you guys.
Bye.
Many thanks to all the good people who contributed to the show today. We'll close this session with Alex letting you in on the 5 essential things you need to know about Skeptiko, which is an interesting summary that crystallizes the current version of the show. But first, a quick fact check. I made the statement in part 1 that Yogananda was also a Mason. However, I got my swamis mixed up. I was actually referring to Vivekananda. So, now that's clarified, I'll leave the last word to Alex.
The 5 things you need to know about Skeptiko. The first thing you should know about Skeptiko is that I approach Skeptiko as my personal journey towards answering the biggest questions about life. Who are we? Why are we here? And most importantly, how should I live my life based on those questions? Mainly so that I can keep talking to the people I want to talk to, which of course includes you. And that's also why you'll never see any advertisements on Skeptiko. You'll never hear me ask for any donations or anything like that. The show is really about my personal journey. I'm not trying to get anywhere with it. I'm not trying to advance any cause, run for office, create a name for myself, or anything else. I just want to do my best to answer these questions and along the way share my journey with everyone else. The second thing you should know about Skeptiko is that the show is about following the data wherever it leads. Or at least it started out that way, but let me digress into that for a minute. The point I wanted to make here is that when I started out, I had this idea that if I wanted to find out about this stuff, even this really big stuff, like questions about who am I, that I could just go out and find the data. I could go talk to the very best experts. I could go then talk to critics of those experts, and then critics of those critics. I could follow the data wherever it led, and I would get to some sort of answer. And to a certain extent, that works. But I have to tell you that in the process of doing that, following the data wherever it leads, I came to the realization that it's not just about the data. It's about all the other stuff. And this has turned out to be a really important part of my little Skeptiko journey here because it opened me up to 2 things. One, that people can have worldview differences that dramatically alter their ability to objectively look at data. And number 2, it pushed me beyond that to then ask the question of whether or not that process of worldview formation is always under our control or whether there are other influencers that are trying to manipulate our worldview. It's a topic that I've returned to several times because it does seem to keep popping up. So this idea that it's not just about the data, it's about all the other stuff has been a reoccurring theme on Skeptiko. So I don't know, what do you want to call that? Misrepresentation? Misremembering? Lie? I don't know what kind of words you want to throw at it, but it's stunning. But it would be more stunning if it hasn't happened over and over and over again on this show. And we have countless examples. And all you have to do is go through the archives and listen to Richard Wiseman and listen to Ray Hyman. And listen even to Stephen Novella, listen to James Randi. It's a consistent pattern. We can't even call Ben out for being especially over the top in terms of misreporting this stuff. It has to do with the bias, the worldview. It clouds their vision, and they're just like the fanatical conservative religious folks that they so despise that can't get past the obvious problems in their logic. It's the same situation repeated over and over again. Where I started out with the idea of following the data wherever it leads and was smacked in the face by the realization that it's not about the data. It's about all this other stuff that causes people to have entrenched worldviews, entrenched belief systems, and then fight and resist any change or any challenge to those. So I guess that rolls right into point 3 of what you should know about Skeptiko. And that is that what I'm really about is getting past these stuck on stupid debates, as I call them. And that I've found turns out to be pretty hard to do because we are surrounded by and enmeshed in a lot of stuck on stupid debates. One example of this that we've spent a good deal of time talking about on this show, because in various forms it seemed to keep popping up again and again, is the do Christians, or substitute any religion you like in there, know the true path to God, or are atheists right? So there's a good stuck on stupid debate for you, and I say that because as far as I can tell, both sides have some pretty darn stupid arguments. These did Noah use nails in the ark debate are the kind of debates I don't want to have. I mean, I guess there are some real archaeological questions there, and I want to be open to hearing some of that stuff, but it's pretty much in the shallow end of the pool when it comes to these who am I questions. Because to really understand why I think this is a stuck on stupid debate, we have to look at the other side of the table who's sitting across from us, and that is the atheist, who's built his house on a very sandy foundation, and that is the belief that consciousness, that is the sum total of your human experience, consciousness is an illusion created by a biological robot. You, of course, being that biological robot. Now, this statement, which I've often repeated on Skeptiko, but let me break it down for you because it's really a mashup of two of the most popular atheist thinkers of our time. That is philosopher Dr. Daniel Dennett, who famously said consciousness is an illusion, and Dr. Richard Dawkins, who of course said that humans are biological robots. Now, we've explored at great length on Skeptiko how atheists often like to run from these philosophical underpinnings that prop up atheism, just like Christians like to run from the literal Noah's Ark thing. But I would suggest to you this ambivalence, this not knowing whether I should embrace the core beliefs of my group, in this case, embrace consciousness is an illusion created by biological robots, or whether I should run from it, is really at the core of these stuck on stupid debates, because I think it demonstrates the cognitive dissonance that we go through when we're drawn into these kind of debates that crop up all the time on Skeptiko. When it comes to near-death experience science, suggesting that there's some deep brain activity that's undetectable by EEG that could explain the complex, deep, hyper-lucid experiences that people are having where they're seeing things outside of their body in other rooms while their eyes are closed and covered. Now, to suggest that is to say that everything we know about how the brain works is wrong, using some did Noah's Ark have nails logic. Because, hey, we don't have a model for the brain that explains how you can see with your eyes closed, or about how you can hear conversations in a hallway 3 floors down while you're on a gurney being resuscitated. Heck, we don't even have a model for how you can be having these experiences and not have an EEG going off like crazy. So to suggest that, oh, don't worry, boys, we'll figure all this out eventually, and not sound some sort of alarm based on the data that does, except that near-death experiences are happening, and that they are happening during a time when the EEG is flat. So not to announce that as some kind of enormous mystery that requires our immediate and serious attention, and instead to shift the focus on these deep brain probes, is a did Noah's Ark have nails moment. It's shifting the focus away from a topic that you don't feel really comfortable addressing so that you can kind of grind on something that's really pretty meaningless. And that leads me into point 4 of things you should know about Skeptiko. And that is that if Skeptiko is about moving past these stuck on stupid debates, these did Noah's Ark have nails kind of debates, then what kind of dialogues am I looking to have? Well, one of the things that really drives me, motivates me, excites me, is all the interesting questions that lie beyond these debates. And there are so many of them, and I want to get to them. I'm less interested in whether or not Sam Parnia's new AWARE study will win over some of the atheist skeptics who are still on the fence about the reality of near-death experience. What I'm interested in is comparing near-death experiences with other experiences with extended human consciousness, whether they be a DMT-induced hallucination or a Kundalini experience or a UFO encounter. That's the kind of question that lies beyond the whole consciousness is an illusion of a biological robot stupid stuff. Now, to get to that next level kind of discussion, I'm going to have to circle back from time to time to revisit my assumptions And I have to be aware and honest about the fact that consciousness is an illusion of a biological robot. Thing I'm talking about happens to be the dominant scientific paradigm, so we can't pretend it doesn't cast a huge shadow on any serious scientific conversation we might have. I don't want to pretend that's not true. And similarly, I want to be real about our culture's Judeo-Christian roots. And now that can cast a shadow on all conversations we might have about the spiritual implications we might discover when we go beyond this extended human consciousness. So I'm going to need to circle back and re-examine some of our spiritual traditions and religious traditions from time to time as well, and I'm sure I'll do that in future shows. And then finally on this point, I think I also have to be realistic and accept that this path that I'm on is not going to be wildly popular. And most folks have a worldview belief system that's dominated either by this scientific, materialistic, neo-Darwinism, atheism kind of thinking, or this true believer religious status quo kind of track. And since I've come to believe and understand that both are based on some pretty crippling assumptions, I got to accept that at best, people are going to probably be confused about where I stand, or, and this seems to happen a lot, as you know, downright hostile to me trampling all over their sacred, cherished beliefs about science and or spirituality. And that brings me to the fifth and final point that you should know about the Skeptico show. And that is that the reason I do Skeptico is so that I can connect with you, so that I can create this community with other people who share my beliefs and interests and desire to kind of figure out these problems. It's going to take a village for me to figure out who I really am. And that's why at various times in the Skeptico show, I've tried to engage with other people to either come on and guest host with me or participate in other ways in the show or get involved with various projects. I like that. I think that community building is a part of not just the Skeptico show, but part of my path and what I want to do on this journey.
Well, that's it. Hope you enjoyed this stroll down memory lane. Thanks for staying with us. Take care and bye for now.